Perfect. I think we are live.
Looks like it.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. A big welcome to our 5 hours of YouTube marketing and SEO webinar, which is brought to you by Semrush. And I am delighted to be one of the hosts today. My name is Bengü Atamer, and I'm the co-founder of Buzz My Videos. Buzz My Videos is a company that's focusing on all things YouTube. I'm an ex-YouTube employee myself, and what we do, we kind of like help brands, publishers, content creators with their YouTube journey, from content strategy to content optimization. And while we do that, we actually use our own technology, which helps us optimize content at scale. And today, it's going to be a long journey. It's going to be 5 hours. I'm just going to walk you through the different sessions. But before, please do let us know where you're joining from. Hi from Colombia, perfect, morning. Pune, India, great. We are all based in England right now. And the first 2 sessions are going to be hosted by me. But then later on, I'm going to be joined by Sherran, who is going to take it over from me. And also I will be presenting myself as well. Let me walk you through the different sessions. There are going to be 6 different sessions throughout 5 hours. I will be speaking a lot. And the first session, we will start with content strategy, because content is king. Content is base for everything on YouTube. And Yalın, who is joining me today, is going to be presenting you 10 commandments of content strategy on YouTube. And then later on, I'm going to be joined by my co-founder, Paola. She is going to be running and hosting a panel, joined by brands, publishers, and great content creators, telling you some best practices and tips of success on YouTube. And also later on, we will have a guest from Google, Kamil, Tavas, who's going to be walking us through different ad types. So we will be slightly kind of touching base on advertising on YouTube for SMBs. And then later on, I'm going to hand it over to Sherran. I will be presenting live streaming best practices myself, because live streaming has become a huge, important content format on YouTube itself. And then the last 2 sessions are going to be really, really interesting. One of them is going to be handled by Reiner, who is going to be focusing on YouTube SEO and growing your channel from 0 to 38,000 subscribers. And then the last one is going to be run by Balasabas, who is going to actually talk you through how to get your first 1,000 subscribers, which is a huge milestone, actually a very important milestone on YouTube, because it would make you a YouTube partner and you can monetize your content potentially. And also I'm joined by some great knowledgeable panelists as well today. Please, if you have any questions, we want these sessions to be as interactive as possible. Please do raise them in the Google, in the YouTube chat. And if we can't answer them, please use the hashtag 5 hours of YouTube and raise it on Twitter to the different panelists and speakers. Maybe I can just start by introducing my guests, Yalın and Nikki. Yalın is actually an ex-YouTube employee as well. Although we've never worked together, we've been sitting on the different sides of the table, and I've had the privilege to listen to some of his great presentations over the years. And to be honest with you, I can't think of anyone else who can speak of creating a great narrative, making it interactive and engaging, and building a content strategy. So I am so pleased that he will be presenting this session. I can't wait, because I will be learning a lot. And then also I am joined by Nikki Wicks, who is actually head of content strategy and innovation for Wicks, the body coach channel, which has become a national phenomenon here in the UK. And they have been keeping us lean for the last 18 weeks. So huge thanks for that. With that, I'm just going to pass it over to you so you can introduce yourselves. And then Yalın, you can take it over and start your presentation.
Sounds great. Maybe, Nikki, we start with you, and then I can then introduce myself and then go into the presentation side of things.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Bengü. That was a lovely introduction. So yeah, I'm Nikki. I'm head of content at the Body Coach, and yeah, I know Yalın very well. Actually, he was very instrumental in the start of our YouTube journey as a business. So it's nice to see you again, Yalın, and hopefully we can talk a bit about take a little bit of a trip down memory lane because it's where it all started, really.
Likewise, likewise. And I am Yalın, and I am co-founder of Navivest, which is a digital mindset consultancy based in London for growth capital and venture capital. But as Bengü mentioned, prior to co-founding Navivest, I actually worked at YouTube for 6.5 years and always within the creator partnerships team. My last role there was head of public figure partnerships for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So I lived and breathed content strategy my whole time at YouTube. And with that, I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go into a little bit of a presentation format first, because there's a couple of things that I want to impart to the audience, but then we're going to go quickly to the practical side of the presentation with Nikki. And as Nikki mentioned, we worked together for a long time at the very beginning of their YouTube journey. And that's also why I wanted to invite Nikki, because we thought we could have a great conversation around how you can come up with your content strategy on YouTube. So I'm going to share my screen. And Bengü, can you guys see this?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Perfect, wonderful. Great, okay, well, we decided to, so first of all, I should say that I'm very happy to be here, so thank you for inviting me. And we wanted to call this session, It All Starts With Content, because when Bengü and Semrush approached me for the session, we thought that we would want to start there, because without a great content strategy, any optimizations that you do on your YouTube channel is not necessarily meaningful. So it all really has to start with content. So the agenda today of what I want to go through with you today is focus on first the storytelling side of things, because really good content is anchored on great storytelling, which a lot of brands actually tend to forget, where for creators, it's really innate to what they do on YouTube. So we're going to first talk about tenets of storytelling. And then we're going to move on to how you can ensure a purposeful content strategy with a hero hub help approach. And then once we have that down, then we're going to go into what we call the 10 commandments of YouTube, which is to really ensure that your content strategy is optimized. It's essentially a way for you to whittle down any ideas that you've come up with for your content to make sure that it works for you. And finally, we'll have the panel with Nikki. So first and foremost, I want to take a quick sidestep and kind of show the marketing trifecta. For those of you who are in marketing, this is not going to be anything new, but when people think of YouTube marketing, they really only think about the paid media side of things, which is, it's true that it's a big piece of your marketing efforts. It's the advertising that you can do on YouTube. But actually there's, as a marketing team, and when you're marketing your brand, it's actually a trifecta that you really need to think about. So besides the paid media, you have earned media, which comes really from mentions, shares, reposts, and reviews. This is essentially marketing that you earn through your user base and through the services that you provide. They're happy to share and repost and do your work for you, essentially. And finally, last but not least, is your owned media. And this includes your website, your social media channels. And this is where your YouTube channel would fit straight in here, square in the middle. And today, in this session specifically, we're going to be focusing on the owned media side of things. So let's move on to tenets of storytelling. So when I wanted to go into this, I wanted to show a quick example of what I mean by this. So I'll give you a print example. So we'll do a little history lesson. We'll go back to 1983 January, which I'm guessing, since it's the YouTube audience, that many of you were probably just born about then. But this is essentially the Apple Lisa computer advertising spread that Steve Jobs and the team at Apple had put together in the New York Times. And this is a 9-page spread. And as you can see, it literally shows you how you can use the computer. The last page, the 9th page, is essentially where you can buy it. So it has a list and addresses of the dealers that you can do. I normally, in a live audience, I would ask, how many computers do you guys think they sold with this strategy? They only sold about 10,000 Lisa computers, which is not that great. And actually, Steve Jobs leaves Apple after this. It's all geek speak. It's not really a great marketing move. Then let's fast forward 14 years. Steve Jobs returns to Apple, And in his first campaign back, this is the first campaign that he releases across billboards in the US. And there's a dramatic difference between what you saw before and what you see now on your screens. Essentially, what he does here is there's no product, there's no service. He basically shows these amazing people and what they've accomplished. And there's a tagline called "Think Different." So essentially, the message here is, if you want to think different, like these revolutionaries, like these innovative people, you can do that through Apple. And they've used this campaign for over 5 years, and it is credited for turning Apple's fortunes around. The reason I start there is really because people don't buy the best product and they buy the best story. This isn't only true for video content, it has always been true. So that's also why I wanted to show you a print example from history. And the best story gets you customer loyalty and pipeline, because you really have to build an emotional connection and a community around your brand. So the 3 tenets of storytelling, at least for me, they're all built upon these 3 values. The first is purpose. The content that you produce has to be purposeful. It cannot be just to get popular or to go viral. It really has to serve a purpose. The second is it has to be authentic. So authenticity is super key, especially on YouTube. It's key in all of social media, but it's especially true on YouTube because of the level of engagement that you get on the platform. And people, especially YouTube viewers, are very, very adept. After so many years of watching YouTube, they can sniff inauthenticity from a mile away. And finally, empathy, because empathy is how we really connect with people. It's not sympathy. And actually, I wish I could show you this video, but I'm not going to show you now because you can find this on YouTube. But after the sessions that you'd like to watch, just go to YouTube and search for Brené Brown on empathy. And it's a 3-minute video. It's probably the best 3-minute video that I've ever seen talking about empathy and how it's different to sympathy. Highly, highly worth watching. So with those 3 values out of the way, because they're really like the crux and the core of how you approach your YouTube channel, let's talk about the purposeful side of things. The Hero Help approach is developed so that you can provide, you can essentially take your content category and figure out what to expect from each of your videos. So when you're thinking of your content category, usually what brands will do is they'll just talk about their product. They'll just create videos about their product, which really doesn't work, especially on YouTube, because it's seen as blatant advertising. So instead, what I recommend you do is you look at your values, not just your product. So look at the inspiration behind the brand, behind the company, behind the product. Look at your mission. Look at what you're trying to advocate for. And then see where you're overlapping with your audience fears, passions, goals, idols, and communities. What this really allows you to do is, while you will have a core content territory that's defined by your product and service, there is lots of space around that. That's really what we call the adjacent content territory. I'll come into this a little bit later when I'm showing a couple of brand examples that really live on that map. But this is a great place to start for how you can widen your content territory so you don't feel so constrained by what you can do. And then you can really apply the Hero Help strategy to really whittle down how to approach and what to expect from each of your videos. So what I've tried to do here is, normally you look at a customer funnel. When you look at a customer funnel, it's really just a one inverted pyramid. But in YouTube, it's not necessarily just the pyramid. That's why I kind of came up with this visual of an hourglass, but it's kind of turned on its sideways, because there's really 2 entry points into your channel on YouTube. On the left side, people come to YouTube to browse, right? These are the users that come to youtube.com and they seek inspiring new content. These are the people that leverage the algorithm the most. And this is where you want to create videos that will be featured. So you want to create inspiring new content for these kinds of users, not necessarily targeted to your product. And this is what you're trying to do with the hero content, is raise broad awareness, because you're essentially accessing a very mainstream audience via the browsers, and support major brand moments. On the right side of the funnel, which is another entry point into YouTube, is searching. YouTube is actually the second biggest search engine after Google, and it still is. And this is where users seek relevant content. They will come in and search for how-tos, etc. And to get viewership from that user funnel, you want to create what we call help videos. These are the ones that you do. This is essentially pull content, and you're trying to get discovered with always on, what's sometimes also referred to as evergreen content. But searching can also mean searching can also mean that you do videos for trending topics as well, if you're especially quick to respond to that trend. But ideally, what you're trying to do is you're trying to funnel these 2 entry points into your channel. You're trying to get them to watch other videos on your channel, which are the videos that we call your hub videos. And this is what people actually then subscribe to your channel for. So the 2 sides, the hero and the help, is really how you try to get discovered by different user behaviors on the platform. And then you try to get people to subscribe to your channel with the hub content. And this is where you really want to create regularly scheduled push content that so your subscribers can enjoy. I'll give you guys a couple of examples on this. But before I do, I want to quickly give you an expectation of how this really plays out in the timeline of a channel when you look at viewership. So if you have on the x-axis time and the y-axis you have viewership, really the help videos are there and generating constant viewership for your channel. They tend to be evergreen, but they're not really the ones that are getting the most viewership. Then the hub series and formats, behind the scenes, collaborations, this type of hub content then drives the channel, because the more viewers that you convert to subscribers, the more than they're willing to engage with the existing content, the hub content on the channel, driving majority of the viewership. And then the hero content that you do once in a while, this normally happens, let's say, twice a year or up to 4 times a year, because these are the things that you do that go above and beyond what you normally would do from a budget perspective, from a narrative perspective, etc. So for you, to help you visualize this, I took the BMW channel as an example. So if you look at their hero content, and these are actually linked, I believe the PDF of the presentation is available. So if you click through the PDF, you'll be able to watch these videos. Their hero videos are really small, I would say, films. So the one that I've highlighted here is called The Small Escape. It goes into BMW's roots and history in Germany, where a BMW was actually utilized to smuggle people from East Berlin to West Berlin. It's a very emotional story. It's a very, very short story, but essentially it's BMW's attempt at attaching themselves to a very significant piece in history. And this video has driven 22.5 million views in 6 months, as they would have expected, right? Because it appeals to a really wide audience, not just car fanatics. Then if you look at the hub videos side, on their channel, they now do this regular series called BMW Today. This is where you get behind the scenes access with BMW staff into the factories, the design labs, and how BMW is actually produced. And for a car fan, this is essentially heaven, right? So compared to The Small Escape, it doesn't drive as much viewership, but still 28,000 views in 6 days is quite significant for a brand to engage their subscriber base, their core fanatics, the car fanatics essentially, which is their target audience. And then finally, their help videos, which is what they're trying to educate with, is their how-tos. So they have this BMW how-to series, and this is essentially highlighting features and functionalities of the newest cars that they have and how they can use. This example is how to use the new assisted driving view, which has driven 250,000 views in 4 months. So hopefully this is a good example for you to bring to mind how you can approach and the kind of examples that really sit in each of these video buckets. But to give you an example, to go beyond BMW, because BMW's approach to YouTube is quite specific, it's worthwhile looking at this map. So what you see here is essentially a content strategy territory, let's say. And I've kind of really placed brands based on how they approach their strategy in terms of either they are on the y-axis, they're either targeting core interest at the bottom, or they're really leaning into adjacent interest at the top. And on the x-axis, I really tried to qualify them based on whether or not they're self-creating content, meaning they're the only ones creating content on their own, versus on the other extreme, collaborative creation, which is where the brand actually doesn't create their content. They actually leverage content created by users, so UGC. So in this map, you can see several different approaches. These are all, in my opinion, very, very good YouTube channels to really aspire to. A couple of examples that I'll highlight. On the collaborative side of things, you've got GoPro and Red Bull. These guys do their own content, but they heavily leverage user-generated content, and GoPro really goes into adjacent interest as much as possible Unlike Red Bull is more defined as an extreme sports destination, which is more of a core interest approach. And when you look at Lego, for instance, I think they're kind of smack in the middle, because they do a lot of content that's animated, that leverages the Lego approach. They do a lot of narrative storytelling. They don't do as much collaborative creation on their channel. Disney is a great example. What I really liked what they did during the pandemic was they did a whole series of storytelling, so story time essentially, with the people, the voices behind the most loved characters, the most loved Disney characters, which is a brilliant way to engage an audience in a very low cost way without a ton of production. So hopefully this gives you a good idea of the map of content territory and how each of these different companies approach to the Hero Hub help strategy to define purposeful content. And finally, in the last section of my presentation, I'm going to focus more on the 10 commandments of YouTube. So I'm assuming that up until this point, you've defined as a brand what your values are, so your purpose, your authenticity, and your empathy points. You've defined those for your storytelling in general. Then you moved on and decided what your hero approaches could be given your brand and the sector that you're in, your hub approaches could be, and your help approaches could be. And this is the step where you normally as a team will come together and you'll brainstorm different ideas. Usually the creators and brands that I've worked with at YouTube do this at least a monthly update. And then what they try to do is they go through these 10 commandments of YouTube to whittle down the list, and then they try to allocate them to one of these buckets of hero, help, or hub. When I look at all these 10, so this is how I've laid out the 10. I've added another layer on top, just because I believe that certain things are foundational in my opinion. So inspiration, sustainability, and consistency are key to getting a great YouTube presence. I call these the foundation commandments. Then the next bucket is how do you get viewers? So getting viewer commandments. These are targeting, discoverability, accessibility, and shareability. And then finally, the engage and build community. This is where conversation, interactivity, and collaboration kind of comes in. And as you'll see, collaboration is a darker color because I believe collaboration is something that everyone should kind of strive to get at, but it's usually the hardest to get right. And you kind of get, in my opinion, you get bonus points for getting that right on top of all of these. So if I go into each of these, what I thought might be helpful is actually to give you a couple of questions and triggers that you can use in your brainstorming sessions to really consider ideas, whether or not they are good enough to include. So inspiration, the question to ask here is really, are we passionate about this topic, or are we just trying to be popular? This goes to the authenticity side of things a little bit. It's a very, very crucial question to ask when you're planning your content, because if you're not passionate about it, it will come across very, very easily, and your viewership will understand very easily. Secondly, sustainability. The question here that I came up with for you to use is, can we create this easily? Can we block shoot? Is this way above our ability? Because one of the mistakes that a lot of brands will think about YouTube creation is that you need to have a lot of equipment, you need to have a lot of production capability to do a lot of the stuff, which you really don't. Because if you look at YouTube creators, they do this with very minimal equipment. And as you will hear from Nikki as well later on, all of their content, Joe sometimes shoots his own content. It's usually on a DSLR with an external mic and really nothing else, maybe some lights. So it really doesn't take a lot of equipment to shoot. So make sure that whatever you're coming up with for your idea doesn't require a ton of equipment, a ton of production. This also gets into a little bit of looking into formats, because if you can block shoot something, you can get into the studio, you can shoot 3-4 videos in one go, and then it's just up to the editing team to edit and then essentially schedule them out. It just saves so much time and so much stress from your life if you can block shoot. So this is a question that you should be asking as a foundation, because the last thing you want is to start a YouTube channel and tell people that you'll be uploading weekly, which would be advised, but then not be able to follow up with it, which really is not great for subscriber engagement. And the last one in foundation is consistency. This is where we would look for recurring elements. And this recurring elements doesn't have to be a personality, although it could be, but it could also be a format. It could be an upload schedule. There's lots of examples of this. The example that I always give, there's a couple, but the one that always comes out of people's minds and everybody knows is carpool karaoke. This is a format. The 73 questions with Vogue is a format. The personality in it changes all the time, but there's a consistency to the user, because if they've liked one of them before, even though some of the other elements change, they have an innate expectation of what it might be, so they're more likely to click onto that video because they've enjoyed a previous version. So definitely make sure you have some recurring elements. Now, when we look at getting viewers, the first thing to really look at is targeting. And the questions here are we attracting the right viewers? And are we only focusing on our core fans, or are we also targeting adjacent viewers? This is what I was mentioning before with the content territory, and I think it's really, really important to be able to appeal to a wider audience and to a potential customer base. I highly recommend you explore adjacent viewership and adjacent interests. And based on that, you can come up with content ideas and say, actually, this idea does not fit either core fans or adjacent viewers. Let's chuck this in the bin. Next one is discoverability. So the question here to ask is, are we optimized for search, and are we tapping into trending or evergreen topics? This is where a lot of the optimizations will come into play, like titles, custom thumbnails, tags, etc. And really looking into whether or not something is trending that you could potentially have a voice on. And the key with responding to trending is to make sure that you respond as soon as possible, because in the internet, things will trend and then they will quickly fade. So you want to make sure that you catch the wave while the wave is at its highest point. Accessibility is our third question to ask. This is quite key, actually, because I talk about formats, I talk about doing episodic content, which really, really works. But these videos need to stand on their own. They need to be accessible. So if somebody hasn't seen episode 1 of the BMW today, they should be able to see episode 5 and be able to enjoy it without having seen any of the previous ones. But seeing episode 5 gives them a clue that there is more of this stuff, and if they've enjoyed it, they will go back and watch some of the other ones. So that's why we say episodic content works really well and formats work really well. But the two things that you can do here is make sure that videos can stand on their own, they're accessible and understandable on their own, and then you proactively point to your other videos. So if you have a format, if you have episodic content, make sure that at the end you use features within YouTube, like end cards or intro cards, to point people to your other videos within the same strain to build affinity for the audience. And finally, shareability. And really the question here is, would you share it actually? Like, that is the main question. But you could ask yourself, is our content topical, relatable, and or valuable? Because when you look at when people share things and the scenarios in which people share, it's really because they want to be the first ones to share something. They want to be proud of the fact that they found something funny, topical, relatable, valuable, you name it. So you want to make sure that you are at least one of those things. The idea has one of those premises in it to be shareable. And finally, engage and build community. These are very, very important. Conversation is very important because YouTube is a two-way platform. I might be preaching to the choir here a little bit because you obviously know the power of YouTube. That's why you're on this webinar. But a lot of people will mistake it and still won't talk directly to camera. So really, if you have speakers in the video, make sure you're talking to camera. And you're not doing the whole TV trick of looking sideways. And make sure you're addressing your audience directly. You're talking directly to them. Make sure you use you. So it's these little things that sound really common sense that a lot of people fail at. And it really helps to have a conversational aspect to your YouTube channel. Second is interactivity. So when you have the conversational aspect kind of really innately inherent to your channel, then the next one is try to make it as interactive as possible. Is there ways that you can involve your audience in the channel? And this could be as simple as doing polls in the community tab, or it could be things like allowing users to submit ideas, asking them at the end of a video to comment. Really, like if you've watched any YouTuber, you will see best practices of this really, really easily. They will ask for what their next video should be or what they should cover. An example of this that I really, really love from a brand perspective is how Alexa Chung did essentially a live stream where she did some drawings, and the drawings were submissions from the audience. So the audience said, draw a moon, draw a sun, or whatever it might be, and she was drawing them in the live stream. And they not only included that kind of interactivity, but then they actually produced these designs, asked their audience on which design was their favorite in a poll, and they said that the top 3, or I think it was the top 3 of the top 5 favorite designs would be turned into limited T-shirts, which they sold on their website. So it's a brilliant way to involve your audience in an interactive way, from idea generation all the way to sales. And finally, collaboration. This is, like I said, this is the gold star of YouTube. And really, you will be looking at different creators and brands that you can engage with. But really, the question to ask here is this creator or brand the right fit for my audience or topic? They will be asking the same question. There has to be inherent overlap between the two, and make sure you always do 2 videos, one for your channel and one for their channel. So you can do audience transfer essentially. So both these videos will be different. And usually the channel that's hosting will shoot the video that they're going to upload essentially. But it's a great way to increase your YouTube audience, because of the fact that even though YouTube has an extremely large audience, it's over 1.7 billion, it's also a bit of a microcosm. So if you're new to YouTube and if you're starting out at YouTube new, it really does help to collaborate with existing YouTube creators and brands to really tap into their audience. So like I said, use these 10 commandments as a way to filter down your ideas. These 10 commandments don't exist in the sense that every single idea that you come up with has to adhere to all of them, because that's really hard to do. Just use these as a guideline to make sure that they pass at least a couple of these for you to put them in the Hero Hub help buckets. And then what I recommend you do is that you do a planning session monthly, and then you essentially pull some ideas from the Hero Hub help buckets. Usually what you'll do is upload weekly. So what you might want to do is 3 videos, let's say, that are distributed across the hub and the help. And then let's say if that month is a month where you want to do a hero video, then you do that one last video as your hero video. But like I said, hero videos won't come in that quickly or that often. You will only really do these 2 to 4 times a year. The rest will be mainly around your hub and your help content. So that is the presentation side of things. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that we can go into the practical side of the discussion with Nikki. Hopefully I didn't talk too fast, Bengü. I don't know if that was okay. I tend to talk very fast, so.
I'm a fast talker as well, so I did enjoy your pace, and I really enjoyed your presentation. So did, I think, everybody. From what I can see from the live chat and the feedback, everybody else really enjoyed it as well. So thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Again, I was right. It was like really insightful. With that, I think you have a couple of comments, so I'll leave you say your comments, and then we can switch on to some of the questions, and potentially also switch on to discussing a little bit of the success of the Body Coach TV.
Sounds good. Thank you, Bengü. Because like Nikki said earlier, Nikki and I were working, when I was working at YouTube, Nikki and I were working together to make sure that the Body Coach was launching a YouTube channel. So I've really watched them grow and expand and really do this in a masterful way. This is why I thought Nikki is the best place for this panel. And most recently, for those of you who are in the UK, or actually globally, if you did PE with Joe during the pandemic, you will know the amazing things that these guys have done. So I wanted to congratulate them, because actually yesterday was the last session, and they did, I want to get this right, so I'm looking at my notes, they did 78 workouts, 80 million views across all of these, and they've raised £580,000 for the NHS charities. I think it deserves a round of applause. You guys have done an amazing job. Like, talk about building a community. So I just wanted to say that before we move on to the questions for Nikki and I.
Thank you, Yalın. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can't claim, it was 78 workouts. I can't claim to have done any of them myself, but there was a reason, because I was actually on the Joe's headphones throughout every workout doing the shout out. So I was reading all the comments coming in and had people all over the world. So yeah, it's been a long journey, but really proud of all the work and how well it was received. So thank you.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Exactly as Yalın said, it was, I think, phenomenal, and especially the timing was so appropriate that it uplifted everybody's mood and as a nation, I guess. So thank you so much. It was an awesome effort. So with that, Yalın, there are a few questions specifically for your session, and then
Sure.
And then we can move on to some of the secret sauce and the strategy of the Body Coach TV. So speaking of, you know how you were describing content, some audience coming in and searching for content, whereas some of them are just like there to browse. Do you think, this is a question from Eric Schwartzman, do you think for browsers, it is more like a B2C kind of strategy or a thing? Or for search, is it more like a B2B kind of strategy? Would there be any differentiation, or do you think it's just like an audience behavior rather than a B2C or a B2B?
I think it's an audience behavior. I think it's really hard to define one as B2C and the other as B2B, because of the fact that the YouTube algorithm is personalized, right? So it's dependent on your previous history of things that you've watched, that you've shown an interest in. So my YouTube homepage will be different to Nikki's, will be different to Bengu's, will be different to everybody's. So depending on what I've searched in the past, YouTube might actually leverage things to show me in the homepage. So it's really hard to say that that's a B2C approach. Because so I wouldn't classify it as B2C or B2B. I would classify it as more, if you are trying to appeal to the homepage, so the browsers, you really have to come up with content that's a lot more mainstream, that's a lot more kind of wider interest than what you might normally do for your brand. Whereas on the searchers, you can be really, really to the point, right? Because people will search for very, very specific things. You know, the how-to series are a great example of, you know, how to do XYZ. And even though that video may not come up in the homepage because it's not really a mainstream piece of content, it will rank really high in the search side of things. So that's why we consider them two different buckets, but I would hesitate to label them as B2B or B2C.
Perfect. And also thinking of your hero, hub, and help framework or structure for content, there's a question from James Nicholas, and if we were to apply that to a food product or potentially a cooking channel, I would assume, would you be able to come up with some examples?
Sure.
How it may work?
Absolutely. So I worked with a couple of food channels as well when I was at YouTube. So I worked with the people like Jamie Oliver and Sorted Food, etc. So I've seen a lot of these guys employ a lot of these techniques. So I'll mention a few. So the hero is really easy, right? Because hero is really when you look at tentpole moments. Because like I said, it's only between 2 to 4 videos a year. You're not going to do more than that, really. So in the food world, there's very specific tentpoles. Since the US audience is massive, right? A lot of food channels will do turkey during Christmas and Thanksgiving, and you know, you only need one turkey roasting video and it will peak every single time during Christmas and New Year's and Thanksgiving. So that's a great example of a hero video on the cooking side. I guess during the pandemic, hero one could be sourdough starters and sourdough bread. I don't know if you saw the YouTube insights that was released recently. There's a massive increase, and I am also one of those people that have tried their hand with sourdough bread, failed miserably, but then got it right at the end. So that would have been a hero, for instance. So if you were a food channel and if you were not really doing anything around sourdough bread or home cooking, you kind of really missed a massive moment during the pandemic. The hub stuff for a food channel is really easy in my mind because it's really around recipes. Like, it's what people will come to your channel again and again for. So if you manage to get people in with like a turkey roasting video or a sourdough video, and then they see, oh, what else does this channel do? Then the recipe videos could be a very easy way to sustain. And if I were you, I would really position them. I would create different formats. Like, you know, there might be people who want to cook that's 30 minutes or less. There might be people that want to do 5 ingredients or less. So you could create different kinds of, and that's a format, right? So you could do different kinds of formats, and you could then place these as shelves and you're essentially appealing to an audience, and that's a great hub version or example of a hub content. And the helps is, I would base it completely around how to, right? Like how to dice an onion, how to, more like cooking skills. Yeah, in my mind, hopefully those are good examples. I can't really see the response yet in my view, but hopefully that gives a good example of how Hero Hub Help would kind of employ in the food sector.
No, that they are great examples. And I think the other 10 commandments that you were mentioning, they should be kind of like printed off a one-sheeter and should be like the go-to one-sheeter for everybody who has a YouTube channel. With that, I think it's time for us to kind of potentially understand a little bit of the background kind of magic of the Body Coach TV. So maybe, Yalın, I'll leave it up to you to ask some questions to Nikki. And I have one question for him, but I'm going to keep it until the end.
Okay. Maybe we start at the beginning. Nikki, so motivated you? And I tried to get in touch with you guys, and I was like, you need to have a YouTube channel. What really motivated you to start a YouTube channel and continue to build on it, despite everything else that you guys have been doing? And you've been very busy with lots of other initiatives.
Yeah, so I think, it was 4 or 5 years ago when we really started to think about new ways to engage people with fitness and food. And the thing that we found was we had found real success with Instagram, and I would always say that's kind of where the Body Coach brand was born, on Instagram with very short, snappy 15-second video recipes that obviously went on to launch the Lean in 15 brand, and became the success with the books and everything else. But the thing that we found was that there was nowhere really for longer form video to live that was doing the job that we needed it to. And we tried with Facebook and different platforms, but really it was I think originally we were looking for somewhere for longer form video to live, and that's where it started, I would say.
Yeah. And what was the intention behind kind of focusing more on fitness on the YouTube side?
Yeah, so this came with a bit of experimenting, really, because we did, I always say that the Body Coach brand is sort of 50-50 food and fitness. And we have experimented a lot over the years to kind of get to where we are now. And we tried things that have failed, and we've tried other things that have been really successful. But what we found was that YouTube for us really, it became a home for fitness because food was doing so well on Instagram and Facebook, and we just realized that the appetite for the fitness content was just outperforming the food stuff. So it was really a case of trying stuff in the early days, seeing what worked, and really just finding that fitness became it was performing much better on YouTube.
Yeah, and I remember when we were talking about this too, we felt, and this is good advice for anyone with multiple social media channels, which pretty much every brand has. Make sure that all of your destinations have unique content. We would never, and Nikki, correct me if you don't agree, but I would never recommend that you post the same thing on multiple places, because it kind of disincentivizes people to follow you on those different destinations. So this was also part of the reason why, because Joe Wicks's Instagram page was so much around food, we were also thinking that we would create a unique kind of selling point with the YouTube side of things by focusing more on the fitness side of his business. And Nikki, I want to ask you, one of the first meetings that we had with you and Joe, and I asked Joe, what do you want to do? What's your mission? So I want to ask that because it's really, at the beginning, I talked about values. A lot of this stuff, the purpose, the authenticity, the empathy, you can't generate this stuff. As in, it's either inherent to your brand and how you approach your content, or it's not. You can't really, make it up. So I think if this has stayed true to you guys all these years, what is the Joe Wicks's, like, what is your kind of core value that you build everything around?
Yeah, so I know purpose is a term that does get used a lot nowadays, and it is something that we've always had at the heart of. Joe as an individual has always been very motivated to help people get fitter and healthier, and as a brand, we've tried to make fitness accessible for everyone. So it's not a tagline that we use externally, but internally it's something we always talk about, fitness for everyone. And social media has allowed us to, YouTube specifically with fitness has allowed us to create fitness content that is accessible to everybody. So if you can't afford a gym membership, or if for whatever reason you can't get to a gym, or we've kind of, at the heart of it is we want everybody to have access to fitness, and we continue to this day to, we always said with YouTube, because one of the things I would say is, you do have to be patient. I think you talked about consistency a lot, and yeah. I would argue that YouTube is the place where consistency matters the most out of all of our channels, social channels, because consistency has been really key on YouTube, but also patience. But we always said, if one person does one of our workouts, then it was worth filming that piece of content and putting it out. And we've always stayed true to that. Even we're very fortunate. Our channel has grown, and from when we started and we met, we're now at 2.5 million subscribers. But we always say, if one person does the workout somewhere in the world, it was worthwhile. And so our purpose is to put content out that people can really use, and that's still at the heart of our decision making today, really, from when we started this 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
That's great. Can I just jump in, because I think it's there's a consistent kind of a question coming from the audience, and it just ties in really well to what you've said, that you've started and it takes longer time. YouTube is a place where you need to commit, and you need to have that consistency, and you just don't give up. It's like having really starting a startup, really. Most people are asking some of the examples, and also generally it's always easier to speak when we have a name or a big celebrity or a big brand with a big budget. When it comes to if you're a no name, or if you're just starting really from scratch, and if you don't necessarily have the biggest budgets on the planet, then what are the kind of how do you see this working, or where would you kind of recommend starting? What would be the strategy to start? Or are there any hacks or tips that you could share? Obviously, everybody starts from somewhere. And how do you see this applying to small to medium businesses in general? I mean, this is a question to both of you, really.
Well, I'll just share my thoughts on that. I mean, I think you touched on it there, but I mean, when we started, we certainly, were much smaller brand and way less known. I mean, this has grown over time, but I think, Yalın's points do apply to everyone. I mean, I think consistency with YouTube is key. I think it would be very easy to start making videos, put them out, and get disheartened by not getting many views, or certainly organically, if you're not spending any money, which as a business we've never spent any money on YouTube. It's always been or grown organically. But I think patience and consistency really do nurture growth on YouTube. It's not something that can happen overnight. But I do think that some of these commandments and some of these things Yalın has shared today have been can be applied to any small brand, and actually in any sector. I always think Gary Vaynerchuk is a good example of this. I mean, he started making videos on YouTube about tasting wine many years ago, and he talks about this a lot, that nobody was watching these videos, 20, 30 views, and he's now a huge name in the marketing world. But when he started, he just was relentless, just kept on turning up, kept on making those videos. And we were very much like that. We were looking at our numbers, and it wasn't always growing as fast as we would have liked, but we just keep on, have that patience and consistency, because I do believe that goes a long way on YouTube.
I completely agree. It's I think the production side of things is daunting, but like I mentioned, you don't really need that much equipment. The production side of it is actually the thing that should worry you the most for a small, medium-sized business. I think the content and what you're going to actually record is key to kind of having a successful YouTube presence. And then, as Nikki said, continuing to do it. YouTube is a long game. It's not a short game. It's not meant for instant satisfaction, unlike some of the other social media places. And I would actually argue that YouTube is not a social media platform, it's a video platform first and foremost. It's an entertainment destination that people come and watch more than an hour a day, if you can believe that. So that's why we say content is king. And you are kind of up against more than 450 hours of content uploaded every minute. So we've been talking about almost 50 minutes here. I can't do the math right now because I'm tired, but that's a lot of hours of content. So that's why the content that you make and the authenticity in it, the purpose in it, and me having it true to your brand is so important. Always. It doesn't matter how big you are, how small you are. I think that's the crux of a really good YouTube presence, but it does take patience.
Perfect.
And
sure.
Sorry, just to add to that, because I know we touched on that budget, and we still produce our YouTube content on basically zero budget. I mean, obviously the cost of we have one camera, a tripod, and a light, and all of our content is still filmed and shot in real time. So we keep our editing costs down. I know this can't apply for for all forms of content, but I always, you can produce content on a small budget. And in fact, some of the higher produced content that we've experimented with over time has actually not performed as well. So yeah, I think it's a misunderstanding to think that you need a lot of equipment and a big budget to make good content is a real dangerous place to be, because it isn't the case at all.
I think it also goes back to what you're saying is going back to the authenticity of the platform. Like, it really favors not like real content that comes like really raw and not necessarily super shiny and big production budget, because it's real and people could relate to it. Going back to like hub, hero, and help videos as also a kind of like as a starting point, Yalın, do you think that there should be a strategy, or you need to, when you're starting first your YouTube channel, you need to focus on XYZ content, or is it just a combination of all these three things? And same question going back to you, Nikki, what are your hero, hub, and help videos in general?
Maybe I can go first with the first question. So when you're first starting out, I wouldn't worry about the hero at all, unless you have a brilliant idea that you can tag on. It's really hard to go as a new channel. It's really hard to kind of create a hero moment. So if I were you, as a new channel, you're really trying to get discovered, I would really focus on help. But having said that, for certain sectors, hub and help are kind of intertwined. And I'll give you an example, because I don't want people to think of these as rigid boxes. They're not really rigid boxes. They're different ways of thinking how you can approach content and kind of bucket them. The main thing being, know what to expect from your video. So when you're making a help video, don't expect it to get hero type viewership, right? Like, that's the main thing behind the whole concept. But I'll give you a very easy example, which is in the beauty space, for instance. If you're a beauty brand, the content that you will make, your hub content, will likely be your help content, because most likely you're going to be doing how-tos, right? Like how to do certain types of makeup as a beauty brand. And that will be a help content just by definition of the fact that it's discoverable, it's searchable, it's search friendly, but it's also your hub content. That's what people expect from you. So don't think of these as very rigid buckets, but I would definitely focus more on, as a new starter, is how can I get discovered? So being fully optimized in your titles, in your tags, in how you package your content. So, because the titles, the tags, the custom thumbnails, they're the packaging of your quote unquote product, which is your content. So they all need to be really targeted, and hopefully targeting search keywords. You can use Google Trends to look at what keywords are trending and what are people searching for. But that's what I would recommend you start with. And then I'll pass it on to Nikki.
Yeah, so I mean, we didn't start to think about hero content till for quite a while in our journey in the kind of way Yalın's described today. But one thing that struck me is whilst looking at that model is that I think you can also have hero content that doesn't necessarily live on YouTube but can help you grow your YouTube. I mean, one of the things we've done, I think, quite successfully is leverage our other channels that may have been bigger, whether it's an email mailing list or a Facebook page, to drive traffic to our YouTube channel and to grow our YouTube presence. So even now, I think something like 11% of our YouTube views are Facebook referrals. So that's through us, sharing our YouTube content on Facebook, and also we do it on Instagram and other places. So I would say to really, if you're starting YouTube but you have other platforms that you may be slightly bigger on, use those to help people discover YouTube content.
That's a great tip. It's what every creator does. It's what every public figure does. It's a great way to use stories in other platforms, or even kind of mini video posts, and then link to YouTube to kind of promote, because especially if you have a following outside, definitely use that to create referral traffic into YouTube for sure.
That's great tip as well. Definitely, I agree. And also, if I may add one last tip, I think again, it's kind of going back to what you've suggested, Nikki. If one of the best ways that what I've seen in terms of growing is collaboration, and it doesn't have to be you don't have to collaborate with a channel that has millions of or hundred thousands of subscribers. You could start small, and that's going to add up. I'm not sure if you would back me up on this one. And with that, I just want to ask you where the audience could potentially find you after this chat. If you could tell us where they could find you, and maybe your last tips, just one sentence tip.
Sure. Well, you guys can find, I think there's a lot more questions that are coming in than we can answer. So if there's any way I can help, you can tweet me at Filmik. I think the team will be posting that in the live comments. You can reach out on Twitter. I just see it there. Perfect. Or you can find me on LinkedIn under Yalın Solmaz. I think that link is also going to be provided. Happy to answer questions on those platforms. My last kind of advice would be, even though I showed you guys lots of different models and approaches, like I said, don't think of these as rigid ways to approach your content. At the end of the day, everything that I've shared with you is things that we've learned from creators and brands on YouTube. We didn't write this book, right? The beauty of user-generated content platforms is the users generate the content and we learn from them. So please surprise me, surprise us, right? Let us add another commandment. Let us add another bucket of content. I don't know. I think there's a lot more creativity than what I've shared, but we just wanted to provide some sort of a framework so that it's not so daunting when you guys are sitting as a team saying, what are we going to create for YouTube? That you have some sort of okay, let's just follow the step-by-step process to get us there. But at some point, believe me, you won't be using any of these because it will be native to you. You will know how to approach it. I highly doubt that Nikki thinks about, Hero Hub help and the commandments at this point, because they've got it down. They understand. They have an innate understanding of the platform in their own way. So that would be my last parting words, I would say.
Thank you, Yalın. Yeah, and look, we are still learning all the time. We're learning every day. I don't think that for 1 minute we've cracked YouTube or content, I think it's always changing. It's always evolving. But I actually would say that for me, YouTube is the most stable video platform there is. Instagram is a huge platform for us, as is Facebook. But in terms of video and longer form video, YouTube has been without doubt the most sort of stable environment for us. But my key tips, I think I've touched on them, but I would say, experiment when you're starting out. Don't be scared to try things, and you'll learn very quickly about what's working and what's not. And when you start to see some positive engagement, then move more towards that. That will, the numbers will tell you what the audience is and the algorithm and everything else is responding to. And yeah, use other chat, cross-pollinate your content, cross-promote it. But I think the main thing is be patient and consistent, because it took us 5 years to get to 800,000 subscribers, and that was every week posting a video every single week, and it takes time. But there's a huge reward at the end of it. I think if you can get past those initial stages, YouTube is a fantastic platform for all businesses.
Thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure having both of you, and they're like amazing tips. As you said, it's a long journey. I've been working in and out YouTube for more than 10 years, and I'm still learning. That's what keeps me kind of having fun and going on. So thank you so much. I really enjoyed this chat, and I'm sure everybody else did as well. The presentation is going to be, and this is an event that's being recorded. It's going to be available on semrush/webinars/post, and it's going to be posted on their website. And in the meantime, if you have any other questions, you can raise it directly to Yalın and Nikki later on. Thanks so much for your time, and I hope to reconnect with you at another event or sometime in the future.
Perfect. Thanks for having us, Bengü.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of the seminar.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye. And now I am going to be joined by my lovely co-founder, Paola Marinone. Maybe, Paola, I'm not going to introduce you, but just to give a recap to the audience, we have just finished 10 Commandments of YouTube Content Strategy with Yalın and Nikki Wicks. Before, it has been a really great session. I've learned a lot myself as well. I really enjoyed it. Now, I think you will be covering a session that's going to be focusing for brands, publishers, content creators, and some success tips on YouTube from various different angles, from various different perspectives. Maybe I'll let you introduce yourself and your guests, panelists, and then I'm going to take a step back and I will just listen to the rest of the presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Bengü, and thank you very much everyone who's following these 5 hours of webinar. I'm really happy to be here today with the panelists because it's very rare that it's possible to actually listen to real stories and experiences from very senior leaders in the industry. So we were happy enough and very lucky enough to put together a very varied panel with extremely interesting stories with completely different point of views, and we are really happy to share that with everyone that is following this live streaming and then listening to and watching on demand later on. So I'm really happy to introduce you to the panelists, Calciolari, who has been in a global role in iProspect for a while now. Before, she was in the agency world as well, but also in Google. So she's definitely very much in everything that is cross tech and media at a global scale. We have Eduardo Beltrao from HSBC.
Paola, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there, because if you could speak closer to the microphone and maybe raise your voice a little bit, that would be great.
Yep. Can you hear me any better?
I think it's better. Yes, please.
Fantastic. And then we have Eduardo Beltrao, Global Head of Social Media and Governance at HSBC. Again, super long experience in social media in different corporates at a global scale. Definitely worth listening to. Ghotra, a celebrity chef turned YouTuber, and with a very amazing growth story and a lot of good food as well, not just good food. So it's a pleasure to listen to her and definitely cook the dishes that she's teaching to the global audience. And then Tiago Martinho, Outreach Director at the Wheeler Institute for Business and Development at the London Business School. Again, a very varied background from filmmaking and engineering and turn into business school, which is extremely interesting to listen to. So as you see, like the panelists are very different among themselves, but they have definitely in common the usage for business purposes of YouTube. And you're going to be able to ask questions as well. So I hope that you're going to enjoy this panel as much as we enjoyed to put it together. Really, it was a pleasure to do it. So I think that Bengü left in the meanwhile. So bye, Bengü. Enjoy some free time while we did the webinar. So I will leave the panelists to introduce themselves and just to give you an idea of how they are leveraging YouTube as a platform, so you have a better understanding as well of their experience. So I would start from Anna.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep, yeah, all good.
Yeah, all good. Okay. Yeah, so I'm Anna Calciolari. As Paola said, I've been at a prospect for the last couple of years. I've been in the agency world for maybe 5 years now, and prior to that, I was client side for a bit, and I actually started my career at Google with Paola. So it's a very small world. So in my current role, I am part of the global team, and I work as director of products and partnerships, which means essentially I'm responsible for strengthening our product capabilities and managing our product communities globally, and also delivering on the global partnerships with the likes of Google, Facebook, and other tech partners we work with.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Harry, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm Harry Ghotra. I run the Harry Ghotra business. I'm a chef. I'm a cook. I do a whole load of different things. So Harry Ghotra was born probably about 6 years ago, and it all stemmed from my need or my want to teach everybody about great Indian food and how you put Indian food together. I was doing classes in people's homes and then realized that I needed to reach a bigger audience, and that's where it was sort of born. So it was very much about sharing recipes, sharing content, sharing dishes, and how you put them together with a bigger, wider audience rather than me going to one person's home. And that's where it all sort of started. We are primarily a digital platform across lots of social media channels, including YouTube. And did I say we started probably about 6 years ago? And now we are the biggest Indian food platform in the UK across all of our channels.
Well, that's absolutely great. Thank you, Harry. And now, Eduardo.
Hi guys, I'm Eduardo Beltrao. I am Global Head of Social Media Governance at HSBC. It's a big international bank. And I look after the policies and the routines that kind of look after how we use social media. Some background, I've had a pretty varied agency and corporate life. I've done quite a few first steps into online experiences as they happened back in the day. So I've kind of got a lot of experience in kind of managing change, getting things done, and getting standards, making good experiences happen. So I've been at this HSBC 7 years now. I've always been looking after digital standards and social media. I'm a bit of the go-to guy for principles, workshops, vendor discussions, research, blah blah, and that's my day job. So how do I do YouTube? Stay tuned.
Fantastic. Thank you, Eduardo. And now back to Tiago. Actually, we go from Eduardo to Tiago, which is interesting. This is a very international panel.
It is.
Very
I was thinking
diverse,
the same thing.
I have to say. I was noticing just yesterday that this is a definitely diverse panel. I'm used to be like the only woman, for example, and possibly the only foreigner most of the times. And I'm really proud that by coincidence, it was not meant to be for diversity, but at the end of the day, ended up to be extremely diverse. and I think it adds a lot of value. So, and with this, I leave it to Tiago.
Thank you, thank you. Great to be here. Nice to see you all. My name is Tiago Martinho. I'm the Outreach Director at the Wheeler Institute for Business and Development, which is a research center part of London Business School, which is based in London, as you can guess. And as part of my role, I'm responsible to amplify the initiatives and the activities we do at the Wheeler Institute. YouTube is one of the channels that we are currently using to promote and amplify our activities. Thank you for the introduction about my background, Paola. So I come from an engineering background in a previous life, and then I moved to filmmaking unsuccessfully, as you can tell. So I'm not a filmmaker anymore. And then meanwhile, I studied, I did an MBA, and I've been more focused on business. I worked for corporates and startups before. And I guess one of my passions is very much understanding how can we craft interesting content and engage with diversified audiences, and and try to think creatively about innovation and how to sort of create, in my case at the moment, perhaps a dissertation with hundreds of pages into an interesting video of 10 minutes. So yeah, looking forward to talk more with you.
Fantastic. And just a note about Tiago, he has been doing videos with Nobel Prizes. So, I mean, I wouldn't play that, it's serious stuff. Maybe not the Oscar winner for now, but I mean, life is long. No.
Agreed.
All right, thank you very much, Tiago. So now get into more the key learning and the experience sharing from your point of views. I would start from Hannah, which has a wealth of experience from both different backgrounds in working with, from client-facing to agency, but especially on working with brands now that are definitely more and more willing to work on the platform. They were before, and they're even more now with the pandemic. That's definitely a trend that everybody has seen. What are the key learning and the key great experiences that you have seen that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, so it's difficult to decide where to start from. Definitely, I think during the pandemic we have seen more and more brands gravitating towards social media and YouTube in particular, as consumer behavior changed and people started to spend more time watching videos and consuming content. Actually something that came out of a client survey that we did a few months ago at the beginning of the lockdown in London, one of the key highlights was that most brands realized the importance of social media as a way to keep connecting to their audience and their customers. So that was definitely a good learning for us, and I mean it's something that we have been talking about to our clients since pretty much forever, but it's good to see that clients are realizing it more and more. So in terms of best practices and tips, I think, for us being an agency, it's very important to have a consistent way of doing things. And this is something that I think can help not just brands, but YouTube creators in general. So usually when we work with a brand, what we do is we just go through a set of steps. So usually the first is assess. So that means basically looking at your YouTube channel from an SEO technical perspective, but also looking at your content and understanding where the biggest areas of opportunities may be. And then the second step is optimize. So as the word suggests, we optimize your channel by coming up with a set of recommendations that either the client can implement or we can implement. And the idea is, again, to fix all those small things like tags or video titles, keywords, all of those elements that can really make a difference. And also understanding, where the opportunities are in terms of content. So then the third step is developing. So again, coming up with a content plan, and understanding, for example, what your audience is interested in, and what type of content they tend to engage with, and how we can help you to develop that type of content. And then finally, measurement. So you want to make sure you measure and you keep track of how your channel is performing, of your KPIs, and understanding both wins and challenges and opportunities, and where you can develop and take your channel even further.
Okay, brilliant. And did you see any different approaches from different areas of the world? Because you're dealing anyway with different countries, with your global role.
Yeah, so there are definitely different approaches. For global companies, for example, I think it's, there are different approaches you can take with a channel. So you can have, for example, one channel with videos in different languages and targeted to different people, or you can have, one channel per market. This is something that we see a lot with brands. Or you can have one global channel and then you can link different sub-channels, so to speak, for each market. So there's no one way of doing things, I think. So it really depends on what works for that specific brand. But in general, we try to, what we always suggest to the brands is to try and keep the channel as consistent as possible. So if you have one strategy that works, for example, in your key market, then you might want to use that same strategy for the other markets. So if you have, for example, one channel for the UK, let's say, you might want to test, a similar approach to, with the south of Europe, for example, if that's something that you're exploring.
Okay, fantastic. Very, very interesting. And now moving to Hari. As we were saying, you're not a born creator. I mean, YouTube wasn't your platform. You didn't start cooking just on YouTube, which makes it even more interesting because we know a lot of stories of creators now. It's a traditional thing, nearly for people that have been in the industry for long enough. But instead, you became a YouTuber, a creator in a way, but as part of your business. And you started from scratch, really from scratch. And I saw your stats, and you have been growing at an outstanding 500% growth rate year on year, pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
And then 5,000. You just added a zero, just in case. Anybody has a zero, just put it there. 5,000% during pandemic. Now, you definitely have something to share because there are some secrets there. Because that's not a normal growth rate, that's for sure. I mean, people that are following this webinar would know what is not normal, but definitely it is not an average. So, what are the key learning you got from the pre-pandemic and as well during the pandemic, because the world has changed, and your size as well did at the same time?
So yeah, there's been lots of learnings along the way. As you said, I didn't start off being a YouTuber. It sort of gradually happened because I was creating videos for the website, and then we thought, hang on, let's put them on YouTube. And it did take a long time. I'm not going to sit here and say that it was quick. It was a very, very slow growth at the beginning. But once that started to happen, once we hit sort of 10,000, then things started to change a little bit. We tried lots of different things. Once we started to focus on YouTube as a channel, we did try a number of different things, from long video content, so content that would be engaging, but also give give more information about specific dishes, for example. But then very quickly I realized that that's only one group of people that want to sit there and just watch me cook. Another group just want to cook with me, so they want quick, short, sharp videos. So we then created some very step-by-step videos for the same recipes. So for each recipe we almost had 2 different things going on. One nice long video where you could sit and just watch, another one with short steps, and they both work really well, provided the right consumer goes to the right channel. Otherwise you get sorry, not the channel, but to the right video, because you then get people who don't want to see the long, who then will sort of complain a little bit. So there was that kind of thing. We also started to look at short, almost like series. So I did a spotlight on spices, and that worked really well. It was things where I'm giving information in quick, short, sharp bursts. That seemed to work really well for us, but also making it quite engaging in terms of color, looking at the color of spices and trying to draw all of that in a creative way. So those were some of the things that were happening pre-pandemic, and then we did a number of sort of behind the scenes videos which worked. When I was working in restaurants, for example, people love to see what's going on behind restaurants, so that worked really well. But post or during lockdown, one of the things that I started to do was some live cook-alongs. So every Friday I've been doing a live cook-along, and that really has gone through the roof for us. It's the engagement that we're getting on those. It very much started off as a way of trying to engage the audience who were locked in at home. Here's something that you can do and cook along with me, and let's do something fun together. We're now getting something like 1,500 people joining who are cooking. It might sound like small numbers, but for people to go out, do the shopping, come back, log on and cook with you, it's quite phenomenal. And sort of pre-pandemic, our audience was very much UK based. We're now getting a massive growth in the US, so we're sort of 50-50 UK US audience. We're getting people in Australia, New Zealand who are putting their alarm clocks on and waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to cook along with me. Well, not to cook along, but to watch, and then they cook it in the evening, and then they're sending me pictures in the afterwards. So the engagement is unbelievable, and those live cook-alongs are working really, really well for us at the moment. Anything else that I can think of?
There's actually a question from the audience saying it's a good thing to move to another type of content or create new types of content because of the lockdown. I guess that what you're saying about the cook along with me is like a great example, because it's you just started doing all these live streams with these new concepts, which you could have done just the on-demand video and like you will.
Yeah.
But because of the lockdown, you completely changed the way you were interacting with the audience, basically. So
Absolutely.
that's definitely lockdown. Like the demands that there was during the lockdown. I was reading some stats. It was like just in March, YouTube was growing 70%. It was like an astonishing 70%. It's just the platform, like it's just doubling basically. So definitely there was a lot of demand. And do you see? So I guess it's good to try new formats and new ideas during special times.
Absolutely, yeah. See what's happening in the world around you and try and sort of match your creativity or what you're creating to suit that. The other thing that we started to do was create a bit more of a loop with all of our other social media channels and YouTube. So using Instagram, using my own app that I've got and so on to communicate with those audiences, to say I'm doing this live, and there seems to be this sort of roundabout where people are then finding out what they need in terms of what dish, what ingredients they need. They then go over to YouTube, do the live, and then they come back to the other channels with photographs of this is what I cooked, this is how I did it. So there seems to be this lovely sort of loop that's emerging, which is a great way to sort of bring all of those social media channels together But the main focus for us has always been, or my biggest channel is YouTube. And then, you know, that just goes to show with all the growth that we've had recently.
Right, perfect. Actually, just one note to everyone who's watching there. We are going to share the channels of everyone, so you can actually watch them later on. Maybe not while we're talking, but it's if you want to have a look, it's you definitely are going to learn some very good recipes from Harry, learn something more from HSBC, and definitely learn and deep dive on how development could change the world from the Wheeler Institute from London Business School. Now moving to Eduardo. So based on your experience and definitely your role at HSBC, which is a regulated company, so it's definitely different than being in a smaller business in terms of communication. What are so definitely you don't have you need to be creative in how you actually leverage the platform, but really be extremely serious in what the regulation says.
Yeah, I mean, I love Harry's entrepreneurial flair. It's great to hear that. But I feel like I'm more like I'm managing a museum, and I've got all the rooms ready for the pictures and the sculptures and the things and the objets to look at. So I look after the global HSBC YouTube channel, and it's an important representation of the organization, its values, its projects, its innovations, and it's got quite a mixture of videos and playlists. It's got thought leadership, B2B videos, global campaigns, sports partnership videos. You meet the athletes, you meet the brand ambassadors, you see the big stadium events. That's all very cool. You get tech stories, and it's just managing all this. And over the years, it's been a series of uploading and make sure everything looks good, it's tidy. But ultimately, I think I'd lulled myself into believing like there is a bigger and a better version of this out there. So I'd actually identified several opportunities for a makeover over the years. And my to-do list was pretty straightforward. It's like I needed to clean up the repository and kill that approach, because I realized standalone videos don't help you grow in a structured way. They pull you over here, then they pull you over there, and it's not really consistent. You need a coherent, kind of unified sense of content. So I wanted to clean up the repository and get rid of the videos with 0 views in the past 6 months, forgotten videos and playlists I just assembled over the years. And really, I just didn't like those YouTube generated thumbnails, which were all like mid-sentence, blurred hands and everything. And I just thought, I can't do that anymore. I wanted to curate it better. I wanted to sort of like have better playlists into better segments, you know, more comprehensive topics rather than just standalone playlists. I wanted to update the branding. There was, you know, thumbnails were a problem. Playlists were just kind of not reflecting what we wanted to say in terms of values. I wanted also to appreciate the YouTube experience more. So there are so many clever little things in YouTube that you really need to pull out and really make sure that people stay and they have longer session times as a result. So today they can come on for 1 video, they probably stay for 2 or 3, but they're more likely to come back if they feel a good experience. So end screens, cards, hashtags, subscription prompts, recommended videos, lots of things like that can help kind of drag people in, well, pull people in, and hopefully not drag, and they really make a difference. And then finally, I wanted to grow the searchability of the channel. So, you know, so it's easier to come across, it was easy to be curious, you know, see more SEO friendly videos and playlists. And that's a lot of meta stuff to get through. So anyway, along came an agency called Buzz My Videos, and really they really kind of brought it to life. There's just like 2,500 or so different actions that I needed to take. And what was very interesting, they did it. It started in the beginning of the year, but it really got going in lockdown. And lockdown showed it's like a control group where you see one group has no prompts, no nudges to make them do something, and the other gets all the prompts and advertising and little things to, you know, see if that makes any difference. And there's control group A, which kind of revealed itself. All these little things that we were doing to optimize the videos and the channel were really paying dividends. So we were seeing, you know, longer session times, we're getting more natural views. There was a more noticeable native style to the channel after all the optimizations. So it's really a more curated structure, and I think that museum analogy is actually better. I feel prouder. The rooms have got, you know, better content, and you feel like, oh, I haven't seen this, let's go over there. So there are lots of good things. See, advertising dropped during lockdown, so it was literally organic views that were happening, and we saw growth in views. There was more suggested videos that were HSBC content. YouTube search revealed more views from search results pages, and browse features were really doing a great job for us. So it felt like all these little things had really made a breakthrough, and now I feel we're much more native to the YouTube experience. So I think that's kind of my version. So Harry, wonderful entrepreneurial story there, but mine's kind of the corporate who's just done a massive tidy, and it's just like really made a big difference, a big push up in quality. I'm very happy with that. So that's my thing, waving a flag there.
Very interesting. I think that there is actually one analogy in both your cases, even if it's not as regulated for Harry, more creativity and less regulated. But I think that in both cases, the being searchable and being really discoverable because of search terms really made you shine, and that's in both cases for completely different reasons. But for example, in Harry's case, like the fact that she's becoming very popular in the US as well. While it was really popular, she was very popular in the UK, but because she has her own brand, like as a celebrity chef. But like then becoming popular because people were searching for the recipe, so they weren't searching for Harry originally, but then they became like the community that was following Harry. And the same goes for HSBC, where instead you have, of course, a strong brand. So it's not about you being searched for the brands, but they search for some topics, and then they actually discover more of your content. I think that especially like that's important in general, but especially when there are high searching times, and the lockdown was showing that gives a big interest in the investment you guys have been doing. And I think that sometimes it's forgotten that YouTube is a search engine, but the most important thing is that once you're optimized for YouTube, you're searchable on Google.
Yes.
And once you actually get the searches on Google and YouTube, then it becomes even more serious. Like the growth is there. So I think that you definitely have that in common on many different things, besides regulations, clearly. But and that's extremely important, and I've seen that across the board. And it doesn't really depend on any industry you're in, but it's really making sure that people find you, and then they fall in love with you and develop it. So, and now, thank you, Eduardo. Let's move to Tiago. So you're definitely very new to the platform. I mean, the Wheeler Institute is very new, which is interesting because in most cases we all know that YouTube takes a long time, and that's it. It's not that you go on YouTube and then boom, you get millions of subscribers. And I mean, we all know it, and definitely I see that no, it doesn't happen. So it takes time, but you started in a bit by coincidence as well, like that you went viral immediately, and you went viral because of definitely the quality of the content. So you had this, like, you went so viral that then you were with your content on TV across the board, like you were everywhere. So do you want to share a bit more of your learning? And again, it's education, and it's a completely different type of content, which makes your expertise very interesting. So do you want to give any tips or like learning or anything that you learned to
Sure. I can hear a noise. Paola, I think you have a noise in your background.
Sorry.
Okay. So, sure. I think, yes, that was a good question, because the beginning of our story is very different. We basically, the Wheeler Institute is one part of London Business School. So for our audience, imagine that my team and the institute I represent, it's sort of like a business unit as part of a big corporate, if that makes things easier for you to understand. And And we didn't have a presence in terms of YouTube. Obviously, the school, London Business School, has a very wide presence for a number of years, but we never created any content for YouTube before. And then the beginning of our story is a sort of an interesting innovation story, because two of our professors at London Business School, at the beginning of the pandemic, they just decided to film a series of lectures about the pandemic, trying to understand COVID-19 and how could their research support, the understanding of the pandemic. So, and they just created 5 videos, filming themselves from Zoom, from their house. And those videos, with the help of Buzz My Videos, just became viral, basically. And the Wheeler Institute was supporting those videos. So suddenly, our first pieces, they were generating lots of interest, and we had lots of media and PR interest. And we just thought there is an opportunity here. There is an opportunity to sort of promote content that normally is not traditionally promoted via YouTube. But also there is an opportunity because I think, Paola, I can hear you're great, perfect. Sorry. But yeah, there is an opportunity to engage with an audience that currently is spending more time in front of their computers than it was before. Because they have more time, because they are not commuting, and because they want to read and to see things about COVID-19. So that was the beginning of our story to start working with Buzz My Videos. We saw, okay, we need to sort of shift the sort of content we are creating at the moment and move to multimedia. And because we have this amazing number of views and PR opportunities, I'm expecting that these numbers can be continued from now on. Because that's my first assumption, right? So it's easy. It's easy. We just create great content and the numbers will come up. So it's sort of the story. It's not the most traditional story, because then at that very moment, we created a series of conversations about COVID-19, which is called the Wheeler Institute COVID-19 series. Our focus is very much on developing countries and understanding how business can impact and solve some of the problems of developing countries. So we started to invite a number of distinguished guests to be part of these conversations, building up on the experience of our two professors. By the way, I think it's important to reference their names if you are interested, Professor Paola Surico and Andrea Gagliotti. So we started inviting a number of people, and including, as Paola said, the Nobel Peace Awardee, Professor Muhammad Yunus, and many other experts, distinguished guests from all over the world to talk with us about COVID-19. And we started to create pieces of 20, 30 minutes and to post them on YouTube. And YouTube started to be a platform for us. So please have in mind that my institute does not try to sell a product or a service. That's not our purpose. Our purpose is to engage with people, is to influence, is to generate awareness about the importance of business, especially in developing countries. So YouTube for us, it's a promotional platform. Sorry, a promotional channel, perhaps, yes, but also a platform where we will invite different people, and every person has their own branding. And we want to be seen as a place where different people come together, and obviously being on that platform will help them with their branding as well, and to generate interest about their research, etc. So we start to see YouTube not just as a vehicle for people to know about the Wheeler Institute, but also to give a light to our invitees, to the people that we were inviting. And that is an interesting concept for us that we are keen to explore further. And that very moment, we start to think about everything that Eduardo just mentioned. Okay, right, so now we have YouTube, we have our platform. How does this work? And it's like, okay, right, the thumbnails and hashtags and closing screens and descriptors and going through the best practices. And the number of views was not the same as we had initially. We still have very interesting number of views. We're very happy with it. But obviously, you cannot go viral every time that you post a new piece of content. And maybe in your mind, it's even more an interesting piece of content, or this one will be great because it's even more interesting than the previous one. It's not the way it works. And for us, at that moment of we start realizing, right, okay, so the quality of the content is not directly related with the number of views and being a viral or not a viral piece, but it is important for us to craft it and to optimize it well, because we are reaching different audiences with it. And then that's the sort of our second stage with Post My Videos, and where we are at the moment is trying to understand who is our audience. Perhaps our audience is not really the people that saw the 5 initial videos that went viral. That's not our core audience. Perhaps our core audience is the one that we are nurturing at the moment. And now we're trying to understand who they are by geography, by sort of demographics, and we are looking at numbers and understanding who is our core audience, who are the people that will be continuously looking at our content, and perhaps the others that will come once or twice a year, or maybe will never come again. And I'm finding that exercise very interesting. So the work with Post My Videos is great in terms of optimizing, organizing our pieces and making sure that they can reach the specific audiences in specific countries. But at the same time, it's for us to realize that there is no relation necessarily between having a great piece of content in our hands and going viral. That's not how things work. Some content is topical, and because it's topical will generate more attention. Other content is not as topical, so obviously can be a brilliant film, etc., but maybe will generate attention in 2 months' time or 3 months' time. But when that happens, we want to make sure that the video and the scriptures and all of the optimization process is well done, so it can eventually become viral in the future. I feel that I just went all over the place at the moment.
No, absolutely, all good. There's a question from the audience from Mahima Bhatia. I hope that I didn't mention the name incorrectly. And says, what are your tips for a channel with educational videos? Which I guess is definitely a question for you, Tiago. Is there anything, because you're in education, like it's higher education, but anything that could be applied in anything for education that you think it could be worth mentioning?
Sure, no, it's a good question. It's a very broad question. I think in our case, YouTube, it's a channel, but it's not an isolated channel. So we do have a blog, we do have social media, we do have a website where we publish different reports and articles and other type of content. So I think when it comes to educational content, it's hard to have great content in 20 minutes only. I think we need to see the video as sort of a short engagement tool eventually, and if the person will listen to it, will absorb some of the content, and then in case of interest, redirect them to another channel or a contact point where they can learn more about. So my first, I would suggest that look at educational from an integrated perspective and make sure that the video is not just the beginning and the end of the experience, but then it has links and it can be connected to different pieces in our website, and the people, they can look for more information. That's my first part of the answer. The second one is it's the delivery, the making of the film is very important. It's not just about having the film in a great channel and having a great optimization, and now we are all creating films from home, but there are basic tools in terms of video making and production and storytelling that is important to know about. And we have more than 30 films uploaded to our YouTube, to the London Business School YouTube channel over the last 2 months. So, and some of the films we knew from the beginning that they would be more successful because they are very well crafted. The webcam was working better, the person is a better communicator, the lighting, the sound was working. So we kind of knew that, and that worked really well in terms of engagement with the audience, because sometimes if you, in the first couple of minutes of the film, if it's not easy to absorb what's going on, the person may jump to another film. So I think that's my second. If you want an engagement for 20 or 30 minutes or an hour, you need to make sure that the quality of the delivery is there. So it's important to do some work and preparation in terms of how to film, how to record, how to edit the videos, and that can be even more important than a great optimization.
Can I just add something, Tiago? That if you can get your peers in other companies and other institutions to reference your videos, they bring their own audiences to you as well. So we found that with sports videos, it was all the related sports fan sites were coming to the HSBC channel to look at sports videos, and it just brought, so allowing people to use your videos as source or just extra information for them to reference does a great job as well.
Yes, totally. And we had some of the most successful videos in terms of views we have is because in social media, when we are doing a parallel promotion of the same videos, you have a number of influencers like retweeting and posting about it, and people, they obviously fall into YouTube again. And one of the most successful videos we had was actually about Russia. The video is very focused on Russia and the reality, political, economical, business reality in Russia. And that video had a huge penetration in Russia just because there were a couple of influencers from Russia posting about it in social media. So I totally agree with that.
Very interesting. I see that the filmmaker of you is coming out from time to time as well with the experience. It can't be hidden, which is a good thing. Now let's do a roundtable now about what didn't work or what you suggest not to do, or at least it didn't work in your experience. So that you would say, just guys, just don't do that because at least in your experience it didn't work out. So, and I think that in general, in social media, like in the platforms, it's really important. It's very trial and error. So you can study as much as you want and you can learn as much as you want, but at the end of the day, it's really creating new formats and trying out and read data and try and decide. So there is no golden rule. So there's no this works and that's it, and this doesn't work and that's it. But it's really learning from the experience and trying to change as much as you can. But learning from your experience, because you're also diverse, might help somebody that is potentially in your area and industry not to do the same mistake again. So starting from Hannah, what would you suggest not to do from the experience that you have with your clients?
Yeah, so I think going back to what Tiago was saying, something that we notice several times is that usually if the video is very salesy, if it's too promotional, then it doesn't work. I mean, you need to make sure that your video delivers some added value, that you're actually creating content that people resonate with. And unfortunately, I think this happens maybe more with brands than with other YouTube creators. But sometimes the content is just very salesy, or it's just not tailored to YouTube. Which doesn't mean that you need to have something created specifically for YouTube. You might be able to, repurpose something that you already have, but you need to think about your audience. So I think in general, something that's really important is just to understand what your brand stands for, or what your channel stands for, and what your audience would be interested in, and what type of content they engage with. And then trying to find a sweet spot. So trying to find something in between that usually works. And then other mistakes that we see, I think it's, just not getting to the point. Usually, a best practice is, if you're launching a video, make sure you introduce the content, make sure you're engaging the viewers from the beginning. Don't leave the call to action to the very end. Make sure your video is well structured as well. Usually it works best, for example, if you have single focused videos instead of just rambling on about several different topics. But yeah, I think it's in general it's just nailing the small things. So some of these tips might sound really obvious, but if you just watch your videos and try to identify these mistakes, I think you can fix a lot, and you will really see the impact.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Anna. And Hari, what's the thing you would never do again?
As you can imagine, I've tried lots. I've tried lots of different formats and so on, and just echoing a little bit of what Anna said, that salesy bit, I've been asked to work with lots of brands in the past just to promote knives and promote this, that and the other. And at the beginning you sort of think, oh yeah, I'll do that. And none of them have ever, people just don't like it. And I don't know whether that's because of my specific type of channel, and they're coming to me because they want to cook recipes and they want to find information about specific dishes, but that just never worked for me. The other thing that I think is quite surprising that has never really worked for me is everyone always says with YouTube in particular, to grow your channel, you've got to do collaborations and you've got to do work with, if you can, with celebrities and this, that and the other, just to increase sort of engagement and get increase your subs and so on. I've worked and I've done videos with a number of celebrities over the years, and none of them have worked. None of them have done anything. And again, I think that does that come back to the fact that it's my specific channel and it's about the audience and they want to know about food and cooking and that kind of thing, or is it that it's just a misnomer that actually you get celebrities in and it's all going to boost your subs and so on? I don't know what the right answer is, but it's never ever worked for me. One of the things though, talking about being salesy and product and using products in your videos, having done videos with various brands over the years, they haven't really worked. But since I've been doing the live cook-alongs, because I'm interacting with the audience, because I'm talking, because I'm cooking with them, because they're able to ask me questions, it gets to a point where I'm using a specific bit of kit and they're like, what is that? How do I get it? And they are just buying stuff straight away. Because I'm doing it and it's live and we're cooking together, they're buying stuff off the back of that. So they're buying my curry kits and they're buying various other bits and pieces, but it's getting them at the point where they're really, really engaged. And because they're cooking along, you've almost got, it's a different kind of dynamic to just doing a video that's talking about a specific saucepan or whatever that might be. Other things that haven't really worked for me are vlogs. So trying to be a bit cool, trying to get down with the kids and do all the vlogging thing, that never worked for me. Again, I think it's all about knowing your audience, and it takes time. It takes a bit of time to get to know who your audience is and who those people are and what they're after and what it is that they want. And I think sort of 6-7 years on now, we're a little bit more clear about who they are. But I think you have to go through those up and down bits of trying different things, but keeping an eye on your stats and just making sure that you know what works and what doesn't, and don't keep flogging a dead horse.
Well, thank you very much. I think that I just noticed one thing that is very important when you do the live streaming, which is typical, people forget to do call to actions. So let's try an exercise. Just go to Ghotra right now and open up her channel, and let's see how it works. But this is very important, besides the joke, and there are very small stuff that people forget, or they think that people would act no matter what, and it doesn't work that way. People they just don't think about it, and that's absolutely fine, because sometimes we're watching something and you just don't think, and then if they tell you just go to Ghotra right now, and you're like, yeah, I actually think it's a good idea when I watch those videos and I want to learn directly from that channel. So let's see how many of you guys have opened the channel. That's going to be a nice exercise. But really, when you do the live streaming or even during the video, just don't forget the call to action. That's definitely something to remember. Thank you, Ari. And actually, there's a question from the audience that is asking how the panelists are monetizing their YouTube audience. I think that you're the only case that is actually monetizing it in different ways, because it's not your only business. So I believe that.
Well, there's the ads.
But it's advertising based, but it's really like a way to drive traffic as well to your business in general, and I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, with the ads and so on, but end cards are very helpful with that, and just pushing those end cards to certain different areas within the business. So whether that be the spices, whether that be the spice kits, or whether that be the ebook, whatever it might be that we're pushing at that moment, we can use YouTube, and it's got the tools within it to be able to push to certain areas. So it is through merchandise and that kind of thing that we're monetizing, but ads as well.
Okay, brilliant. Eduardo, what are the never do again moments of your?
I think it's styles of video. So the classic two guys I did say, talking to each other, and there's a potted plant in the background and a white corner, and it's all very safe and sedate, and that is so old school. And you just have to be so sharp to realize what is the kind of the current language of videos. So saying "What's up, gamers?" That would be ridiculous for a bank to start. But that's a style which is very kind of clear, and my kids kind of are making fun of that every morning. So I think be episodic in your videos. That's one of the things I think I wish I'd pushed more when we're getting the videos, is that there are all these standalone videos which don't really connect with each other, as I've said it earlier. If you can actually sort of construct a story, so as Anna was saying, you don't go big in one video explaining various topics. You say break it up in small topics, and then there's more continuity. There's a more coherent way of expressing them. I think another thing that I know we don't look at is comments. So are people kind of curious about you? Yeah, I'd look at Google queries about your brand and seeing what sorts of questions come in, because we look at customer service queries that are happening over on our main website to see how can we answer them with videos. And I think that is a very useful way of kind of saying we are creating content that's in demand. So you launch a new app or a new version of an app, and the app, how do you install it, how do you use it, make a transaction? You need to do videos like that which show easy ABCs 1, 2, 3, and if you can get them right to show your style, that's great. I think those are very valuable. I mean, so Harry's World, that would make a lot of sense. It's like, how do you make rice or something? I'm sure it's much better than that. But if you just show easy steps, that's you've really made the experience easy to find and valuable in the moment. And I think that's very different for a bank to do, because we're not always in the moment. We always have to be ready for other things. So it's a different sort of cycle. Does that make sense? Is that?
Absolutely. Now it's time to go to HSBC channel.
Go guys. What's up, gamers? That's the first thing you say.
So let's see the results at the end of the call to actions. Who's the winner? Sorry, Anna, I forgot about you. I'm going to do yours in a while as well. Sorry about that. Now moving to Tiago, what are the never do again in your short experience on YouTube, but very intense?
Yes, I would repeat some of the things that the other said as well. I would bring another one, which is the speed. Try to be quick, and because in my case that's important. We're trying to bring relevant content, sometimes related with issues that are affecting the world at a certain point in time. So it's important to produce content quickly and try to optimize it and to go live as soon as we can in order to be relevant. And I think that touches on the audience that you guys also mentioned before, knowing your audience. And once you know the audience, sort of try to craft the content that they engage with. But the speed is important. Sometimes I feel that many organizations, they go through these very long processes of video production and approvals and the reviews and approvals and edits. And suddenly after 2 or 3 months or more, you're still kind of in the process of going live with a film. And sometimes it's okay, but other times it's just like it was 2 months of wasted time, perhaps. So I think speed is important nowadays, and especially if your content relates with something that is happening at the moment. And the second one is the pace of uploading things. At some point, we were uploading 5 videos a week. With we started to use YouTube relatively recently, and we're uploading 5 videos a week. Each one of the videos was a long interview with 30 minutes, sometimes more than that. So obviously you need to give time to the audience to consume your content, and you don't want to overwhelm them. So I think that was a learning for us. It doesn't matter why it happened, but it did happen. So for the future, is trying to have a more steady pace of uploading films.
Okay, and now it's time to go to youtube.com/London Business School, especially the Wheeler Institute videos, of course. There's actually a very interesting interview of Tony Wheeler, which is the founder of Lonely Planet, which is the same person that then was the donor of the institute, which I think is a very interesting story personally. So I'm sharing. Now, I think we just have 1 minute. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything else, or I'm gonna choose another question from the audience. Anybody wants to add anything?
I was just going to say, for somebody like me, so a small business, only because Eduardo sort of mentioned comments, I answer every single comment that comes through on all of my channels, not just YouTube. Every single, I will always respond, and it takes forever. But I think when and especially if you're at the beginning of your journey, it's the only way to engage. And you know, there's no point people putting comments and things on there and you're not responding to them, because you know, you've got to see each person as a human being who is asking a question that you've got to respond to. So I think it's very, very important from my perspective that I do that, and I think it is for a lot of smaller businesses and content creators that they do that.
Great, thank you, Hari. One last question. Let's see in a few seconds who's going to take it. What should be the YouTube team looking like to scale up a startup effort, just in terms of size or skill sets? Who wants to take that?
I think just to start with, you've got to know who your audience is, or at least who you think your audience is at that stage when you're starting up. Your audience, or what you think your audience is going to be compared to what it probably is, are two very, very different things. So try to get a clear view of who you think they are and what it is you're trying to tell them by creating these videos. What is it that you're wanting to share with them? A lot of people that I've come into contact with over the years are just doing it because they think they should be on YouTube because everybody else is, without a clear vision as to what they're trying to do. So I think that's probably the first step.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think we need to say goodbye to the audience, and I want to really thank every one of you as panelists. It was a pleasure to have you here. I'm sure that everybody who was watching and will watch will have some fun. At least I had fun, that's for sure. And I want to thank as well Semrush, who co-organized with us these events. I think that sharing is really caring, and the fact that you guys have wanted to share all of these experiences are going to be really powerful for lots of people. I mean, we have more than 8 people registering, so definitely a lot of important knowledge. So thank you, everyone, and enjoy your YouTube experience, and keep trying and keep learning. And who knows what's going to happen the next year, and it's going to be interesting maybe to do another one in 1 year time and see where we are. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was indeed a great session. So thank you for all of those speakers. For those of you who are just like tuning in to the 5 hours of YouTube marketing and SEO webinar provided by Semrush, this next session is going to be focusing on YouTube advertising. My name is Bengü Atamer. I'm the co-founder of Buzz My Videos, and I am being joined by Kamil Tavas, who is a digital media expert, and he happens to work at Google currently. So he's just going to walk us through some of the great formats of advertising for any business type. And if you would like to see the previous sessions, we've been going since 6 p.m. UK time for the last 2 hours. They will be available on the Semrush webinars website. And please do let us know where you're joining from. Please be interactive. And I will be taking some questions later on. After Kamil's session, I'm going to be presenting another session. With that, I'm just going to leave it over to you, Kamil, to first of all introduce yourself and
Sure.
and then also to walk us through your presentation.
Sure. Thank you very much, Bengü, for the introduction. It's such a day, it's such a marathon, like all the subjects about YouTube. And I've been listening to the previous conversations, and what I liked about it is that knowing your audience is really important. I think the things that I'm going to talk about now in the advertisement, that's really crucial as well. That just wanted to quote it from Harry, that sentence. So I've been working in Google for some time. I've been in the YouTube team as well. And currently I'm in marketing and sales with Google. So, by the way, it's so strange, like these days, as we all know, like we don't see the audience, but we're talking to a screen. I hope you're all there, and somehow to make sure that you're there, you can always reach out to me from my LinkedIn account, and you can find my name there. I will open my presentation now and kick it off. Sorry, if you bear with me. Okay, suppose you can all see my presentation, right, Bengü? It's everything's like I'll move.
Yes, we can see your presentation. All good, Kamil.
Brilliant, brilliant. So I have a lot of subjects, so I try to make it more compact for everyone because I know there's so many people out there. So some of you may have an idea about YouTube advertisement, and some of you might already know a lot. So I'm sure at least each of you will have one takeaway. So when you think of your advertisement on YouTube, you have to think of the 4 pillars first. When you think of the formats, when I say formats, these are the YouTube video ads, video formats, which I'm going to go into in a minute. And the other thing is the audience, which I already highlighted that, and that's your target audience. And creative is very crucial. I'm going to also touch upon that as well with some guidelines. And tracking. Tracking is measurement, like how are you going to measure your success? How are you going to measure if your videos has been working well or not? So this is all about that. So in a nutshell, we can call it facts. Let's start with formats and tracking. I think this is one of the best slides that I've been presenting lately, because it literally summarizes all the media formats in one slide of YouTube. Again, first of all, you have to think of your marketing objectives. What do you want to achieve? Do you want to create awareness or reach out to as much as people you want? Or do you want to get people think about your advertisement and get engaged with your advertisement content? Or do you want people to get converted? So first of all, you have to define what you want to do what you want to achieve from this advertisement. And we came up with see, think, do, and care. Some of you might know. I think it's a great a narrative that stays in people's mind. I'm going to highlight a couple of things here, and you'll find the slides on the page later. So bumper ads, some of you might know, it's not skippable. It's literally 6 seconds ads. They're quite powerful. It reminds people, or teases people, or echoes the message. And the bidding model is cost per 1,000 impression, which is CPM. So there's a different algorithm. As you choose a different bidding model or a different format, there's a different algorithm working at the back end. And the measurement models, you need to measure the impressions. Are you getting enough impressions? Are you getting unique reach? What is your frequency? I'm going to touch upon the surveys in a minute after I finish this, but that's also an important measurement factor. On the other one is TrueView in stream, which some people call it pre-roll, or some people call it skippable video ads. It's literally the one that you all know when it appears before a video starts, and there's a skip button for 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, people can skip it. And this is based on the cost per view bidding, which means if someone watches your, if I come across with your video ads and I don't skip it and watch the first 30 seconds of your video, then it's a view. And then the bidding model is cost per view. Then it means we're trying to find people who would like to watch the video. So we're not just showing it to random people. We want to make sure that the people are getting engaged and watch this video. And we're trying to balance that cost per your bidding price with cost per view. And then there's, of course, different measurement impacts on the right side. You can see TrueView for Action is the very latest addition to this, and this is quite powerful. It's the most important thing here is like your conversion flow. So this video ad format is trying to find the people who is more likely to be converted based on how you define your conversion. Could be a website actions or lead generation or even sales. And then we have this target CPA or max conversion as a bidding model. And then you can measure the leads, you can measure website conversions. So there are other formats. I'm not going to go into detail like in each of them, but I think this is summarizing. But here, what I want to highlight again, the surveys are quite important. Not only we're measuring the numbers, quantitative figures, but we're also running surveys as you run the ads. So while you're running the ads, the surveys also run as an ad, looks like an ad, and we're showing to the people who have seen the ad and to the people who have not seen the ad, and then we compare the responses, and then we put it in your reporting as well. So, and then there are different surveys for different KPIs. So this was I think the most detailed slide. So, and that's why I put it in the beginning, which will help you to make your media plan. TrueView for shopping, I want to make a highlight here. There's a new updated version, which is really, really important. We used to have the shopping content within the video. Now it's outside of the canvas, which is much more user-friendly. For the ones who don't know, you need to have a shopping campaign that appears on Google search. Then you can link your shopping campaign to your TrueView video ads, where you can specify which products or items will appear on your video ad when it's on YouTube, where people can scroll right to left and then select and go to the page of that specific item to buy the product, as you can see on this screenshot. And TrueView for Action, just wanted to show how it looks. It doesn't look different than any regular pre-rolls or TrueView, but as I mentioned before, the bidding model and the goal is much more different. There's a skippable button there as well, but the additional thing here in the way it look and feel, or the way it looks, sorry, the format is there's extra clickable links, and of course, then you need to think of the content accordingly. It has to become kind of a call to action format, as it's trying to find people who are more likely to convert. And it's on you can see on like different versions, that's landscape and mobile, or there's also an end screen clickable link at the end of the video. In fact, I just wanted to mention also within the formats, you can add location extensions to some of the TrueView ads that are listed there, which might be for some local businesses where they have restaurants or cafes, which, if someone sees the ad, they will be able to click on it, and then they see below, as you can see on the screen, there's a little link where they can see where this place is, or just the location of this place on Google Maps. Audience, very, very important. But one thing I want to highlight here is when we are reaching out to your audience on YouTube, it's not necessarily it doesn't mean that we're only reaching out to people who are just watching the videos. We're reaching out to people who to find their we are reaching out to their intentions, to their behavior. So then the video, if you're targeting, or if that's your goal, then it doesn't matter what kind of video they watch. How do we do that? It's not just YouTube. Here we're we've been talking about in terms when it comes to audience or targeting. It's also the 7 properties of Google. So think of this like all different lens of Google, which there's no there's a bridge between them. Then we can understand the behavior of the people if you want to target the behavior, regardless of what kind of video they watch. Like, you might want to watch a Bon Jovi music video, but because you've been maybe searching about sneakers or some sports shoes, or you've been going, maybe checking with Google Maps in certain stores, then it's a behavior that we can target and find on YouTube, regardless of what video they watch. Again, just to put it in a very compact way of different targeting within the audience. So all these behavioral signals translated into a different segment group that we can target. And then we can also segment them into different type of, based on your KPIs, think, do, and care. So if you want to go for upper funnel, reach out to more people, then I would suggest affinity audience. Affinity audience is literally just the interest. So there might be people who are more interested in watching yoga videos, then we can go and find those people who are interested in yoga videos. That's fine. But if you're interested in people who are, who are more shoppers, for example, or who've been shopping all the time in certain product, and then we can choose in-market audience, because that's more intentional, more action-oriented type of targeting. There's one new targeting which is really, really interesting and which is really powerful that I want to go into detail, is custom intent audiences. So custom intent audience, let me explain this a bit better this way. For example, if you're an advertiser on Google search and your ad is appearing on Google search, and then you're targeting, you might be using keyword targeting on Google search, right? And somebody might, maybe 10% of the people who have seen your ads clicks on your ads and then goes to your site, and then they might be converted. So that's very simple keyword targeting on Google search. However, what happens to the other 90%? Your ad has been, getting impressions, but nobody has clicked on it. And they might have been to some other competitor's site, or within that 7 days, if they go to YouTube, then we can find those people. We can find those people. It's not remarketing. It's not the people to recapture the people who've been to your site. It's more about the people who have been searching on Google, but hasn't clicked on your ad, but instead they've been to YouTube watching any video, and then we can be very specific, finding those people based on those keywords that you've listed on. So you can call it like a past search targeting as well, but we named it as custom intent targeting on YouTube. Just a very quick case study here. Wildberries is a retailer. They chose Truby for shopping, and as I was mentioning before, and then they identified their goals. What do they want to do is they wanted to increase concentration. They wanted to have purchase intent, increase in their search terms, views, and clicks, and awareness. So those were the success metric for them. And then they used True for shopping. And then eventually, one highlight here, they increased their ROI by 123%. So I show this example because there's a lot of different case studies, just to give an example in terms of how you should structure your media strategy while you are willing to while you're constructing your advertisements. Of course, which is a very, very important subject, the creative piece. I love this slide, hypnotizing. So creative is crucially important. I think the other speakers have been talking about this as well. So far, up until now, I've been talking about the media in a nutshell. So there will be, I'm sure, some questions there. But creative, when they look at the success of a certain number of campaigns, so the study that's from Nielsen, they realized that the 49% of the success sits in the creative, the content, and 36% sits in the media plan. If you had a good media plan with using the right formats, right bidding, right targeting, right strategy and combinations, etc. And then, of course, your brand name, like that comes with your brand equity or brand name or business name or your business model. So I will just mention a couple of highlights with the creative as a guideline, but I cannot really advise you what creative is better than the other, but I can give you some guidelines on YouTube. So, for example, this was a brand in US, and they've been using the same format, the same video format for their. Sorry, this was a TV format that they used it on the YouTube, and we're getting 70% of the views usually from mobile. So and they had to edit the content, the current content that they have, and they literally zoomed into the main characters in the video because, as I said, most of the people are watching it on mobile, the video. So then it just became more influential. And so a tiny little important thing made a big difference for them, which increased their performance by 15%. Yeah, not to mention again, edit for mobiles. Again, as I said, like it's really, really crucial that whatever you do, test everything on mobile first. As I said, we're getting 70, almost more or less 70% of the views are coming from mobile, and use those big texts, not small text if it's on mobile. But while I'm saying use text, I know creative people wouldn't like it making a lot of text in it. I also agree with that, but if you have a text, just make it bigger so people can see it, but don't use too many texts. This is another one, like having text overlays works as well in terms of getting the engagement, but don't overkill. So when you have it, like in this example with Zegna, define yourself, and there's usually some voice behind it too. That works better than not having at all, not having anything there. Another example, I think this is a great one. So they had the goal to reach out to people who are more likely to convert. They wanted to literally focus on a straight offer because they had a product and they had this discount, and they wanted to make sure that people go and buy this product. So the first video, they didn't have any watermark about their brand. They didn't have no product focused in the content. So, and then we measured with these brand lift surveys. So ad recall is a survey which is asking the question like, have you seen this ad, to the people who have seen the ad, or to the people who have not seen the ad, or do you remember this ad? So there has been a lift in 25%, but purchase intent survey, there was no lift. Then they changed it with a watermark and more product focused. And then we see a more lift on the ad recall lift. And then there was a clearer, unique selling point with the product focused within the content, including the watermark and the product focus. Then we had a much better lift. So these minor changes, it really makes a big difference in your advertisement. So I made a sprint of all these big subjects in a nutshell, but coming to the end now. So one thing I want you to remember from this is, please, before you strategize, think of your formats, what video formats you want to use, what kind of audience you want to reach, and we have a lot of different segments and that we can find. You can find by using these different targeting or segments within the audience. Creative, there's some guidelines with YouTube, but you need to think of your brand as well while you're thinking of your audience, and tracking what you want to measure. What is your KPI? What's your goal? How are you going to measure it? And then you will understand if this campaign was successful or not based on your KPIs. Those are the important things I think you should remember, at least from this very fast run through presentation. Thank you very much.
That was great, like spot on time. So thanks, Kamil. That was very brief, through, and also very insightful. I know you can't take any questions from the audience, I know, but I just have one question, if we can make an exception. I was just wondering, because you've emphasized the creative a lot, and I was just wondering if there is kind of like, if there are any general rules that brands could follow when it comes to the creative? Is there a better creative for TrueView for Action versus any other advertising type? Should the creative be long or short? Like, how do you kind of like position that when it comes to the creative versus the ad format?
Yeah, thank you, Bengü. That's a good question. So we get this question like, oh, shall I have does the long videos work or short videos work? So that shouldn't be the question. The question should be, what is your KPI? What is your goal? Like, do you want to get people converted? Do you want people to buy your product and go to lower funnels by using the right audience? Then you should have a creative more like a call to action, which then you can tell this story in 15 seconds to 20 seconds. That's more like call to action. Like you have maybe sales in your department, or in your store, or on your website. Black Friday is a big thing. It's coming, so you want people to get to buy something as soon as possible because it's sales. Then 15 seconds. Then you can have short videos like that. But if you're launching a product and if you want to reach out to a much larger audience and bigger volumes, then you can have a longer length of a video, 30 seconds. There's some videos that are amazing that created a huge domino effect within the YouTube community, like 3 minutes videos where people shared organically. That's amazing success as well. So it's a matter of like what you want to achieve, going back to my initial thing and the end, which I also highlighted. What do you want to achieve from this? That's the question you should ask it to your mind. But technically, while you're doing this, when it comes to creative, think mobile first. Test everything on mobile. Do your editings on mobile, and then you can consider the desktop, because 70% of the views on YouTube are coming from mobile. It is quite important.
Speaking of mobile, actually, there's a question. I know you can't take questions, but it's just, is there when kind of creating the creative or making sure that it's speaking to the mobile experience, is there a specific tool within YouTube advertising or Google advertising that we could test for mobile? To your knowledge, or is it just we also have to consider how the content would actually appear and look on mobile when it comes to kind of creating the creative?
Yeah, so we actually have there is not specifically for mobile, but there's I can't remember now, like it's just been recently launched, where you can test your video product, but it's not specific for mobile. But you can test your creative. Let me find out. I forgot the name. I'm terrible with those names. And because whenever we launch something and then we change the name, like there's an internal name and then there's an external name, and then I don't want to now say anything. But there's one platform where you can at least test your creatives, but not specifically for mobile.
We can always follow up, no problem.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks, Kamil. This was really insightful. Great having you here. It has been a pleasure, and thanks for your time. It's really nice to have somebody put a face. When it comes to Google and YouTube, it's a bit difficult to get a hold of, but so thanks. It was really, really good. And with that, I think we are going to be switching to our next session. If anybody wants to follow up, where do they find you on LinkedIn and also on Twitter, maybe?
To be honest, I use LinkedIn more, so they can feel free to message me from LinkedIn, and you can find me with my name and surname. So that would be the easiest, I think, and happy to get some answers as much as I can.
That is brilliant. Perfect. We've just dropped off your LinkedIn handle in the live chat if anyone wants to follow up, and that was really insightful. So with that, we are going to move on to our next session. And thanks, Kamil, again. Hope to kind of do another session with you in the near future.
Great. Thank you. That was my pleasure. Have a good night and enjoy the rest of the session. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
Bengü, how are you doing?
I am very well. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing good, thank you. Congratulations on your first 3 sessions.
Thank
That's a
you.
long time to be live.
I know. Now I can like hand it over to you.
Yeah, virtual baton.
Exactly, and step back. For those of you who are tuning in right now, we've been running since 6 p.m. UK time, and if you are new to the sessions, please do let us know where you are joining from. My name is Bengü Atamer, and I'm the co-founder of Buzz My Videos, and I am going to let Luke to take it over from me as the host and to introduce other people, and also then I can switch on to my session.
It's good. I'd normally say to you, congratulations on the first half. Now you can sit back and relax and have a beer. But of course, you are joining us now and doing another session as well. So yeah, my name is Luke Sherran. I'm going to be the host of the second half. And Bengü is going to be doing a presentation about live streaming, optimization, and best practices. Now, following on from this session, we're then going to be joined by Reiner about growing a YouTube channel from 0 to 36,000 subscribers. And then last but not least, we have Balasabas on how to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube as quickly as possible. Now, as Bengü just said, if you're watching this live, then please comment with any questions you might have, and we'll try and answer as many as we can in Q&A after the presentation. Now, all these sessions are being recorded, so replays will be available. But if you're live with us now, let us know in the chat where you're from. It's always interesting to know where in the world our audience is joining us from. Now, I appreciate that some of you may have been with us throughout this whole webinar so far. If you have, then kudos to you. But as we're a little bit early, I think it's probably a good time to do a few quick introductions to everybody. So very quickly, I say my name is Luke Sherran. I am the owner of YouTube certified digital marketing agency Falcon Digital, based in the northwest of England. We have always been involved in video production in some way since we started in 2009. But from about 2016, we focused very much on video marketing with real specific interest in the YouTube platform. So obviously, again, we have Bengü as our speaker. Bengü, sorry, where are you joining us from today?
I'm joining from London, UK.
London, excellent. And just for those people, again, who've just joined, can you tell us a bit more about yourself? I know you mentioned your company already.
Sure. I am the co-founder of Buzz My Videos, and I used to work at YouTube Google prior to Buzz My Videos. I've been working in and out YouTube for almost over 10 years now, and our company focuses on all things YouTube, from content strategy to content optimization to content distribution, using our own technology, and we serve anyone who has a YouTube channel, really.
Awesome. And then sitting very patiently, we have our expert panelists. We have Gaёl, Breton, and Winnie Sun. Winnie, I have to speak to you first just because your setup is so incredibly professional looking, but where are you joining us from today? I'm joining you from Southern California here in the United States. Amazing. I'm actually extremely jealous. Having been in Warrington in the UK, I can tell you it's not quite as impressive. And can you tell everybody a little bit about yourself, please?
Sure. I am so happy to be here with all of you. I am Winnie Sun, founding partner of Sun Group World Partners. And you may have seen me on TV. I am on the CNBC Digital Council. I'm a longtime Forbes contributor, and I'm host of the NASDAQ show, Level Up with Winnie Sun.
Amazing. Great stuff. And Gaёl, we've not actually spoken before. So hi, how are you? Where are you from today?
I'm from France, but I live in Budapest, in Hungary. And I co-founded a company called Authority Hacker, where we do a lot of online marketing training. So if there's some hardcore SEO fans in the room, they probably have heard about it. We have a podcast. We do also live videos. We do all that stuff. So that's why I'm here, basically.
Amazing. Great stuff. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, let's have a quick look at the comments. And it's quite an international affair. Once again, we've got people from Los Angeles, we've got Oakland, we've got India. So yeah, it really is definitely an international audience that we have joining us today. So Bengü, I think it's going to be over to you for your presentation.
All right, perfect. I'm just going to start sharing my screen. Can everybody see my screen right now?
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So I've already introduced myself, so I'm going to skip that session. and I am today going to be talking about some best practices and kind of optimization tips for live streaming in general on YouTube, which is obviously, as the name refers, it's a very interactive format on YouTube. And we've seen over the years, YouTube is starting favoring this format more and more for various different reasons, because it's more engaging to start with, and you can get a real-time feedback from your audience. And it's if you can nail it, it brings like great feedback and great kind of audience back to the channel. So the reason that we wanted to kind of create these best practices is because during the lockdown, since March, there has been a surge in terms of audience search or behavior when it comes to content that they could watch and relate in real time. And YouTube Live is actually the best kind of format that you could just like make sure that your audience is like engaging with the content. So these are some search terms that we have seen people are kind of getting more and more interested in on YouTube, from live concerts to home fitness to live cooking. And when it comes to kind of like why go live, because there has been a 60% or 70% surge or uplift in terms of viewership demand on YouTube. So it's one of the best times that you can actually kind of leverage this format to engage with your audience if you have a channel. And also, obviously, it's one of the formats that YouTube would potentially kind of favor more over some other formats because of all of these reasons. But then, in terms of how do you proposition live into your existing content strategy, because we have been covering content strategy since the beginning of this 5-hour webinar session. As we all know, content is king, and people come to your channel for a specific reason, because they love your content, because they relate to your content. And introducing live format into that content might be a little bit tricky. So you need to first decide, okay, what is the goal of your live stream? What do you want to accomplish? What do you want to get out of your live stream format from the viewers? And the second question that I think everybody should be asking is, okay, I now know my objectives around live streaming. Then is this a format that doesn't necessarily potentially require live? Can this go video on demand? So you also need to understand what is the differentiator, why kind of introducing this live format into your content strategy would make a difference for your audience. And also another important factor, we've always kind of talked about consistency, because once you start live programming, you are introducing a new type of programming on your channel, and you would like people to stick with it, if of course they like it. Then is there a way for you to repeat this? You might have seen with one of our previous guests, excuse me, Nikki Wicks, and he was like the mastermind behind the Body Coach TV, which they have been running an 18-week live streaming, kind of like daily live streaming on YouTube for the nation. And it is something repeatable, and that kind of created that stickiness on the channel. So it's important to understand, okay, this format, I know my objectives, and I know that I can make a difference, but can I stick to this format once people really, really like this format? And another important piece with live content, I think, is its exclusivity, because it potentially disappears. Now we are on a live stream, it's going to go on video on demand, but for people who are not joining into this live stream, they are potentially missing out. And we need to kind of build upon that missing out factor, meaning what are the key elements that we could just like create that fear of missing out from this session, so that we can make our next live stream more and more on demand. Obviously, I've just put one example from one of the musicians, Alec Benjamin. He is, as you can see even from the thumbnail, he has been live streaming from the lockdown days, and even from the thumbnail, it's very authentic. It's very natural. You could understand that he's kind of creating that connection with his fans. Being authentic is, I think, is key not only to live streaming, but also on any content on YouTube. So with that, all of this presentation obviously is based on our own kind of best practices and know-how, but some of it is also coming from YouTube's original live streaming best practices playbook. And what they kind of recommend is, okay, once you're integrating live streaming into your content strategy, you need to be thinking of like a couple of various different things to make that live stream more engaging to your core. And how do you do that? First of all, you can create some sort of a suspense meaning that feeling of anticipation, because it's live right now. Anything could happen, obviously, hopefully good things happen, and if I was to create that suspense, which I'm not sure if I'm doing right now, but for instance, there is a great example here from Tom Daly's channel. He started doing live streaming, and he was just like asking his audience to keep up with him during the live streaming, to kind of not telling them what's next, but kind of giving it on the go. And that creates that engagement, because if I don't know what's going to be coming next, then I would be sticking up and kind of paying more attention to the content that's being presented. And obviously, as it's kind of live, we are assuming that it's going to be interactive. One of the best kind of ways of live streaming is hosting an interview or hosting a Q&A and making it a part of your community. Right now, in the second half of this live section, we will be having some questions and answers, and potentially we will be picking some questions from the audience, and that's going to make it more interactive, because if you were to call a name out of the audience, we would then grasp their attention, obviously. And you might have seen not only YouTube, but some other platforms have tuned into this as well, creating live as a shared experience. For instance, I think, if I'm not wrong, Netflix created this experience that they enabled with an extension that people could actually watch the same movie or the same series at the same time together, and that creates a shared experience. You could do the same thing on YouTube. Potentially, you could just like create that shared experience within your community and make it a little bit more dynamic. And that is kind of like the core, that should be the core of your content strategy. When you are thinking about live, you need to be thinking of, okay, how am I going to make it, creating that suspense? How am I going to create that interactivity? How am I going to create that shared experience among my audience and among my community? And once you've nailed, let's imagine that you've nailed your content strategy, you've nailed the different elements to your live stream, then one important thing that you need to be focusing on is like anything and everything that you would do before your live stream. So again, this is going back to your content strategy. With content strategy, the key is, okay, your content is king, your content is your best asset, and YouTube favors great content. But if you push your content on YouTube a little bit too early or a little bit too late, then you lose the potential of your content, meaning you lose its power. So you need to know actually when you need to go live, what is going to make the most impact in terms of tuning in live. And I've just like brought a great example. Again, giving this example during the lockdown days, there has been a live stream that has been phenomenally successful, in my opinion, because first it was broadcasted from Italy. It was broadcast from Milan. Italy, as you know, it was one of the countries that was most impacted from, unfortunately, COVID-19. And it was a live stream of Andrea Bocelli from Duomo. And it was live streamed on the Good Friday, if I'm not wrong. It was live streamed on a moment that was culturally a significant day as well. So that made that live stream like a significant and a powerful time to bring it up. And that was one of the best live streams that I think has ever worked on YouTube. So if that live stream happened any other time, I am sure it would be really successful again, because it had a great kind of voice behind it and a great setting. But the timing made it extra special and extra successful. So knowing when to schedule your live stream is really key, and you need to understand, okay, my content is really specific to XYZ audience, and XYZ audience is really keen to go online on XYZ date. And this could be, I mean, this could go back to your tentpole programming opportunities. Like, obviously, you would get more audience on some specific key dates if you were to kind of mark them down. Or you need to understand when your audience is actually tuning into your channel or on YouTube in general. And then another important piece that you need to kind of program or plan ahead before your live stream is, okay, how am I going to market my live stream to the audience? One good way of doing it is actually creating a trailer or a teaser to promote the event itself. And actually, you can upload that trailer or teaser ahead of the time on YouTube and cross-promote it on your channel. If you have a good following, that's going to work like wonders. And also, before your live stream, you need to think of, okay, what is relevant right now in terms of the specific hashtags that are trending that you could kind of put your live stream on as kind of like favor from those hashtags. And again, with the lockdown, we had a lot of interest around hashtags like stay at home, sing with me, cook with me, or potentially home concert, live from home, live lockdown live. So these were trending at that time. Right now, there might be other hashtags that you could make favor from, or in the future, you could think of, you could obviously think of what might be relevant for that specific key date that you will be going online. And consistency is obviously key. Please do not think just about your YouTube channel. Think of all of your properties. You might be sitting on a gold mine. You might have more following on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or wherever you may be. And you need to cross-promote your live stream teaser or trailer video across all of these platforms as well. Again, before your live stream, another area, as I said, like sometimes it's always forgotten that, yes, you have a YouTube channel, but on that YouTube channel, there are various different places that you could potentially edit and you could potentially shout out and cross-promote yourself. One of them is your channel trailer. You could set a video as your channel trailer, and whomever is coming to your channel as a new subscriber or potentially an existing subscriber, you can just bring it to their attention as setting your promotional content on the channel as a channel trailer. This is one thing that you should definitely do. Plus, there is this visual element. Normally, most of your traffic might be coming from either YouTube search or YouTube suggested video views, or potentially externally from shares or likes from other platforms. But still, some percentage, even it's 1%, some people are directly finding your channel and landing on your channel page. And on your channel page, there is a massive banner that you could put any message on. And if that message is actually cross-promoting your own live event, that's definitely going to bring you conversion, or that's going to stick in the minds of those audience, saying that, okay, maybe next Tuesday I'm going to tune into this channel back because there is potentially a live stream happening on next Tuesday. So please do make sure to use your own assets, especially your own YouTube channel, because that's your best marketing asset as we speak. And this is an example from the Body Coach TV. They are obviously making great kind of like promotional activities leveraging their own channel because they have a massive following. They are speaking to millions of subscribers. And what they did, they also curated all of their live streaming in a live shelf. So it again goes back to my idea of like creating that fear of missing out. So if I was to miss out, then I could potentially go back to the Body Coach TV channel and I could find their various different curated content from different days and different weeks that they have live streamed, and I could actually reach that content. That would give me some idea actually why I need to tune in again for their next live stream. There is this, it might be a little bit tricky, but imagine that your channel might be small or big, whatever the size is. on your channel, there are different other elements that you can kind of program and that are under your control. One of them is your end screens. One of them is your kind of video descriptions. Let's imagine that you have 100 videos sitting on your channel today, and they are generating maybe 1 million views or maybe 1,000 views. It doesn't matter. You could go back and you could cross-promote your existing live streaming trailer across your end screens, across your video descriptions, across your comments, across your video cards. These are all under your control. And if you were to use them in your advantage, you never know. Maybe 1% is going to convert from your end screens, and then maybe 0.5% is going to convert from your video descriptions. But at the end of the day, maybe in total, 10 or 5% of that audience is going to come back to your live stream as a new audience. So please do leverage your best asset, which is your existing YouTube channel or any other YouTube channel that you may actually have hands on. That would be a great place to start. I really love this new functionality on YouTube, which is the community tab. I'm not sure if anybody is using the community tab. I know it's only available for channels with 1,000 subscribers and more, but it's kind of, I see it as like YouTube's answer to the Facebook feed potentially, because whatever you post on the community tab is also available on the YouTube homepage, which is the best place that you could be. And it's not limited, because you can post on the community tab a plain text announcement. You could post links. You could post an image, as you can see here. You could post GIFs. You could post videos or polls. You could do you have a variety of different topics and content formats that you could post on the community tab. And this is another place that you should definitely post about your live stream, upcoming live stream. And once you do it before the live stream, obviously during the live stream, you should be posting as well. So if Semrush Live right now has a community tab, they should please post on the community tab as I speak. And the beauty of it is you would get a lot of engagement because it's going to drop into the feed of the YouTube homepage. And there is no better place than the YouTube homepage actually for you to be in. While let's imagine that you've done everything right, you've decided which kind of live streaming format you're going to introduce, you have decided the date, and you've picked an amazing date where most of the audience is going to be online, and you've cross-promoted your upcoming live stream event across your channel, across your channel trailer, across your community tab, and now it's the date that live streaming is happening. Then potentially what you could do, if you have a team off the back of your channel, and if you have some tools and technology, that they could go back as the live stream is happening, they could go back to your existing videos and they could post the live streaming link again on the video descriptions, on the video end screens, on the video cards. And I know this could be a cumbersome kind of process for some because it might be time consuming. But if you do that, then anyone who might be watching your existing content right now, once they kind of come to the end of that video, they may actually understand that there's a live streaming going on the channel and they may tune in. So there are some tools and technology around this that you could potentially use as well. And we as a company provide those as well. And there are some other companies who provide those technology that you could instantly change all of these elements on your YouTube channel. And it's really, really powerful. And obviously after your live stream, this is one of the most crucial kind of elements, because after your live stream, you also need to be thinking of, okay, am I going to make the full live stream available online? Which I believe this live stream is going to be available online. But do I want to kind of reclip it a little bit, re-edit it, and in order to create that fear of missing out? And I'm keeping kind of mentioning this fear of missing out because live streaming is a one-time opportunity. And the more you could kind of take out of that opportunity, the better. So if you have the capability to kind of reclip anything and everything and to show some of that content to some of the audience, but to keep some others to yourself for future potential use, or to create that kind of, again, fear of missing out, that might actually work in your favor. But This depends on your channel. This depends on your content strategy. This depends on what you want to achieve on the content. Here, for instance, I think Alec Benjamin is like putting most of his content of all of his live streams on the channel. But again, you may consider kind of what goes back on the channel as video on demand content in digestible kind of formats versus is it just a full-on live stream? So this is something that you need to think of strategically, and you need to kind of make sure that the audience is actually kind of wanting that or not. I've been speaking a lot, but maybe I haven't been doing a lot of community engagement. So right now I know I'm live, and if I were to kind of ask everybody to, if they are enjoying this session, give a like or potentially a subscribe to the channel, and that would actually kind of potentially take your attention back to me speaking and kind of giving you a direct call to action. And that really works, because immediately you kind of get out of that flow and put the attention back to what I am actually saying. So this is important. If you can kind of include a kind of chat moderation, and YouTube is great with that. They provide a lot of different functionalities and features on the live stream itself. So you could use those. You could break your content into different kind of sections. You could, if you know your audience, if there are some old timers, or if they're like core audience that you know, you could speak to them directly. You could call out names. And again, that's going to create that engagement. With live, it's all about community and community engagement, and you need to kind of use it the most. I know we would be taking some questions from this stream, so, and I can't see what you are posting right now, but I'm hoping you are posting something right now. And that was all about live, but very recently you might have also seen on YouTube, there is this thing called YouTube Premieres. It's not a live stream. It is actually a pre-recorded video, and but it acts like a live stream, but it also acts like a video on demand content, which is really, really interesting, because imagine that this live stream is recorded, finished, and tomorrow we were to take this video and upload it on YouTube as a premiere, which we could potentially. And you could set it as a premiere. The benefits of premiere are interesting, because the minute you set content as premiere, it creates a watch page. And a watch page is really important because it's searchable. And if you were to title this content and put a nice description, very good optimized description, search friendly especially, and a really good thumbnail, then you are potentially getting onto that search algorithm and tapping into that discoverability with a potential live experience. Because once it premieres on a specific date that you set up, then it kind of creates that live experience. People could chat, you could reply to those chats, or you could just engage with the audience. It is a semi-video on demand content and semi-live streaming experience. And the beauty of it is you could actually set a reminder for a premiere, meaning you could actually kind of set it as a premiere, get the attention, get the search traffic, and ask people to click on the notifications or to set a reminder. And once the content goes live properly, then they could actually engage with the content. But that notification system is interesting, because then you are reminding people to come back to the channel or to come back to the content at a specific date. And that's really what I like, because that creates that habit in people's minds, and they just remember it. And premieres I think is a great way to establish that. If you haven't tried it, I highly encourage you to try uploading one of your upcoming videos as a premiere and engaging with your audience, and see and compare it with your other live streaming kind of content to see if there are any differences. With that, I'm going to kind of slightly touch upon notifications, which is becoming more and more prominent on YouTube. Obviously, one thing that you need to ask your audience is like, hey, please hit that subscription button. But then after the subscription button, please do hit that notification bell icon, because if you do so, you are going to get a notification whenever that channel uploads new content posts on the community tab potentially, and you will get that notification on your mobile and potentially as an email, which is definitely much better than having a subscriber without a notification system, because the subscriber might potentially miss out on your next upload. Whereas if you had your subscriber enabled notifications, they can be notified across all of their devices and they wouldn't miss out. So you are going to be increasing your tune-in rate to all of your video uploads, but also to your live streams as well. So I highly recommend you to go and watch this video. If maybe Semrush could post the link to this video, how to encourage your audience to enable those notifications. This is not only important for live streams, but this is important for any other uploads on the channel. I think with live streams in general, please do think of like your content strategy. How do you introduce live into your channel? Your before the live stream, what are the different things that you need to be doing to cross-promote your live stream? During the live stream, please, if you can, cross-promote your live stream using your channel. After the live stream, okay, how do you what do you give to the audience? What do you keep to yourself to kind of make sure that they come back to the channel? And please make sure to test premieres or encourage people to enable notifications. With that, I'm just going to show you a few kind of good examples that I've seen over the last couple of months where live streaming was used in a really innovative way or in a new way. One of them is Travis Scott. He's a rap artist in the US, and he's launched like within a gaming community. He's launched one of his like a live streaming event. He's launched one of his albums, and it was, I think, impressive. It has kind of reached various different YouTube records, and I've just posted here some interest over time for different gaming games. One of them is Animal Crossing, and another one is Fortnite. As you can see, Animal Crossing has taken over Fortnite recently, very recently. So if you are considering kind of introducing live streaming into your programming, you may as well go very creative, and you may as well introduce it through a gaming event, and you may as well do it because they are highly active, they're online, and you may actually kind of leverage that back to your own channel. Another great example is, I think, during the lockdown, I'm Turkish, by the way, I've come across this channel, which is streaming some great music live streaming, but they are getting some sponsorship as well to their music live streaming, and they are doing brunch sessions. And I found it really engaging because normally you would go out on a brunch but during the lockdown, this kind of created a new way of kind of engaging with the audience, and they've used their live sessions in a really unique and interesting way, so which I thought might bring on board to other people's attention as well. And lastly, YouTube started promoting content that is tagged with using the hashtag with me. So it could be listening to music with me, cooking with me, drawing with me, doing makeup with me, anything with me. And if you were to hashtag your content and create a live stream using this, then you might be tapping into the YouTube discoverability a little bit more. And this is something to bear in mind. Not only YouTube, but some other platforms are using different hashtags during different times. And if you are considering kind of doing a live stream, you may actually benefit from it. Here is a good example of Ghotra. She is actually doing live streams every Friday, and her live streams are tagged as stay at home and cook along with me. And she's just not doing a simple live stream. She's just doing it as with the with me hashtag, which is actually helping her to get discovered more. And another great way that I found using live stream is actually bringing your archive content back online. Radiohead has done a great job with this, and we are all thankful. They have been live streaming their previous concerts, and this is a screenshot from a website called Social Blade. I was checking if there was an impact of these previous archive content coming to the platform as a new live stream, and as you can see, they've just like had a surge in an uplift, a great uplift in terms of getting more subscribers to their channel. So if you happen to sit on great archive content, which you may not, but if you do, please do bring it back as potentially like a live streaming programming, and that may kind of untap your fan loyalty in a different way. Last but not the least, with live streaming, you can also do some good. YouTube has some good functionalities where you could set a live streaming and partner up with a charity and create a donation for them. This is a live stream from the Boiler Room. They have been raising some funds for various different charities, and I think it's a great way of making use of live streams in general. So if you happen to have an idea, please do some good and do live stream for good. With that, these are my handles, and if you would like to kind of reach out, please do not hesitate. I hope you enjoyed this session, and now I'm going to go back to seeing myself. 1 second.
That was an awesome session, Bengü. Thank you very much indeed for sharing that. As someone who doesn't do anywhere near enough kind of live content, I've been making lots of notes from your presentation. It was extremely useful. We've got a few questions coming through on the chat, but I've got a couple of my own first, if that's okay. I can be a bit cheeky and ask my own questions. Just out of curiosity, is there like a minimum size community, like a minimum number of subscribers that you should have before you consider doing live video? I remember in the past when I tried it, I had about 1,000 subscribers on my channel. It was very small, and I only had maybe about 17 people and I've turned up. Is there a minimum requirement, a minimum size?
So if I'm not wrong, it should your channel should have like minimum 1,000 subscribers.
Probably,
to be
yeah.
Like live streams. So somebody can correct me on that, but that's what I know. But if you're asking ideally what your audience should be, I mean, you may not have 1,000 subscribers. Let's imagine that you have 1,000 subscribers, but if you were to bring some other audience from another platform, where you might be huge, then it doesn't matter how many subscribers you have on YouTube, obviously. But as far as I know, the threshold is 1,000 subscribers.
Okay, perfect. I've got a question from Homebrew Audio. They ask, is there a benefit of live video on YouTube over Facebook? Oh, and by the way, Gail and Winnie, by the way, please feel free to join in these questions as well.
Okay, actually, I wanted to add to that. I wanted to say, when you have the opportunity to promote your stream, right? There's essentially two opportunities you have. You can either stream as well on Facebook, LinkedIn, etc., or you can promote your YouTube stream on Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. It's kind of hard to do both when you do social promotion. And so I was wondering in which case you would recommend which, basically.
Yeah, and we, to answer that question, we actually stream on all channels at one time. So we go YouTube, 2 Facebooks, a Twitter, and a LinkedIn all at once. It's just a very efficient use of time. And because we have different, my biggest audience is on Twitter. And so I actually do a stock market recap after the market closes, like it just did right now, afterwards, to talk about what happened and talk about financial matters that are important for people to know so that they can better manage their money. So I think it just depends on where your audience is. And I think it's really important to include the area that you are most present at and you have the most engagement. And that way you can sort of share, you can share audiences. And most important, it's a great use of your time instead of just streaming at one place.
Yeah, what strategy you use to do that actually? Like how do you multi-stream?
So I multi-stream off of StreamYard, which is where we're streaming right now. And we just do multiple channels. In fact, I'm actually going to be, well, I guess it's not a secret now, I'm gonna tell everybody, I'm actually going to be hosting a show on a different platform in a couple of weeks that has a huge presence on YouTube, which is where like my presence isn't as big on YouTube, but we're going to be multi-stream on their platform as well as my platforms and really combining audiences streaming at once. So I think the key thing that I've learned is it's all about consistency And the more you can stream, the better. The other thing is we had a question that came in that asked about whether or not you want to do more of a behind the scenes sort of stream or a polished. I thought I would touch upon that because people ask me this all the time. And I actually produce content in a way that I like to look at. So I really love eye-friendly content. So therefore I make sure that our setup looks that way as well.
So yeah, just to recap, that was a question from Dom O'Neill, and he said, should our live videos have more of a behind-the-scenes look rather than a more highly polished look? And is that something that you agree with too, Bengü?
It depends on the audience, I would say. If it's like and let's say if you're talking about some musicians, I would love to see some behind the scenes because it's like so exclusive, you know. But then also if I'm really interested in the actual food cooking element of it, then maybe it's just the actual raw and good quality format of that cooking, so I can see all of the ingredients, I can see all of the how it's kind of the process is just working. So it comes down to the content and the audience, so it's a mix. But looking at the screen right now, definitely I can see the setup that Winnie is on is actually a winning setup.
Definitely. And on that note, in terms of the different audiences and things, are there certain topics or certain niches that probably lend themselves more to being relevant for live streams, do you think? Anyone?
I don't think so.
I'll
jump on that. I actually don't think so. Rob, by the way, love seeing you here. I don't think so. You know, Rob and I were actually on a panel at VidCon not that long, I think last year. And one thing that we noted that live stream content, as long as you have some value to share and you have something that is of value to your audience, then I think all in every industry can benefit from live stream. We saw that with Roger Wakefield, who is a plumber out of Dallas, Texas. Rob obviously has amazing content. Mine is financial content. I think it's like saying that, you know, who shouldn't pass out our business card or have a bio. Everybody should have a bio. Everybody should have a presence or something on social media. And therefore, live streaming is yet just another way to share your brand. So there's no reason to think that anyone should not live stream unless really they're not comfortable being on camera, then that's totally okay too.
Yeah. I think one of the big advantages of live video, from my perspective, is that a lot of production goes into our videos, and we have to spend a lot of time filming it, then we have to spend a lot of time editing it, and then when I get involved in events like this, we produce the content, and then that's it. It's done. There's no editing or anything. It just goes live straight away. It just seems to cut out. Yeah, it cuts out.
That's why we're doing it.
It just feels like you can output so much more content so much faster, and people are much more okay with it being slightly rougher or whatever, provided you give fresher information. That's kind of the trade-off, is like production quality against freshness of information. And if people get fresher information, they're willing to trade that out. I actually had a question to people, which is, how many of the people that come to your live stream are like discovering you because of the live stream? Like, is this a channel that you use for people to discover you, or is this a channel you use to engage people who already follow you? My personal opinion is that it's more something that you use to engage people who already follow you, and then you use your regular YouTube videos to rank for keywords, get subscribers, and then these people get notified when you go live. Would you agree to that, or do you think I'm wrong?
I think I would agree with that in the most part. It's going to be different for everybody and every channel. But yeah, no, I think that would definitely make sense. I think from my personal perspective, I don't watch a lot of live streams after they've been recorded. I like watching them live, I like being involved in them live. But then once, if I see the video and it's got like a 1 hour timestamp within it on YouTube, it's a little bit off-putting sometimes. So I'll probably go for the shorter content that's been designed more for me to consume in that way. But I do like being involved in live streams when they're live, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also a technical point of view, right? Because if you think about the way YouTube makes you discover videos, the way they do it is they actually automatically transcribe what you say, and then they use these keywords to essentially, push videos that are relevant to what you're interested in, except they don't have the processing power to process what you're doing live. Therefore, live stream discoverability on YouTube is not my favorite. It's like, I really feel like when people ask me about this, I'm like, well, you should make videos that actually already get views. get subscribers, and then the live stream starts making sense when you can bring enough people around when you're doing this. And that's when I think what you said, premieres really come into account, because premieres allow you to get the benefits of live stream and the exposure of live streams with regular content videos that you can then rank later, etc. And you can actually get that kind of like hype and spike of views at the beginning, which tend to help them rank higher, which then builds the audience for your live stream. Again, I don't know if you guys agree on it.
Yeah, I like premieres a lot. I think, again, for me personally, I've done very few live streams on my own personal channels, and premieres has been like a good alternative for that. One issue I have with premieres is that some people obviously have had some success with premieres and then decide that every single video that they do moving forwards is then going to be a premiere, and I find that a little bit off-putting. But I think if you pick and choose it for the right content, so if you have a piece of hero content that you've been working on for a long time, do that as a premiere, then great, that makes absolutely lots of sense. But just don't do it for every single
We actually do that. So for our podcast, we have the pre-recorded podcast because, so that we can release at the same time depending on guests, etc. And what we do is we actually have a live Q&A on the chat while we're doing that. So actually we, the founders of the companies, are here. And so what it does as well is it boosts the engagement. So we're actually hey, what's up? And we have the regulars, etc. And what happens is that because of the increased engagement in the chat, we actually get pushed much more. And then as a result, the premiere actually reaches a lot more subscribers. And because it's been uploaded before, it's been captured by Google. So actually it can also be pushed by interest, and it ranks for keywords as well. Whereas lives don't always do, actually.
Awesome. Good tip. I like that. Got a few more questions. Oh, sorry, Winnie. So what did you say? Sorry.
No, I said I wrote that down. That was a great tip.
Okay, got another question then coming through. Umesh Verma. He says, what's the best way to determine the best time for one's audience? Are there tools? I can answer this question if you like. I've used a couple of different tools in the past, or I actually still use those tools. So, for example, TubeBuddy. I noticed Rob Balasabas is in the comments right now, and of course, vidIQ as well. They provided a pretty good estimate in terms of your viewership, which I think was based on the number of views videos had received in the past. However, YouTube has also recently added a new feature in analytics. So under the audience tab, you can now see a section that says when your viewers are on YouTube. I've been using this for a few weeks, and it's been really, really powerful in terms of helping with scheduling. So I'm assuming that exact same tool will help with your live streams as well. Anybody got anything else you want to add to that one?
No.
I
Okay.
was going to say that the YouTube new functionality is we haven't tried, but if you're trying, I think it should be really powerful because it exactly tells when they are tuning online.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
I had a slightly. Oh, can I ask a question?
Sorry, please do. Yeah.
So in your presentation, Bengü, for you actually, you mentioned that you create highlights from your live streams, and then you take clips from it, etc. Which I see, it's kind of I have a dilemma with this. It's do you think it alienates your best followers because they see the same content twice, or is this a great way to reach more people with the same content, basically?
Really good question. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because I think you could actually take those highlights, the best moments, and potentially use it as your teaser or trailer for your next upcoming event to just get more attention, because saying that this is what happened and this is what you've missed out.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's when you do a live, it's usually quite long. And it's let's say you're talking for an hour and then you're talking about 5, 6, 7 different topics. And so what might happen, sorry, Siri just got excited. And what happens is there's maybe individual topics that would actually be a great 10-minute video, that clip, might do well here. And so I'm trying to figure out, is it worth essentially recycling these things? Do you want to recycle these things maybe on social media instead and send people to your YouTube channel or something like that? Or what would be the best way to essentially extract these micro pieces of content within a live stream?
Okay, I have a suggestion for that. You could actually recycle them for your external social media platforms, right? Because YouTube has already seen it. And on YouTube, you could potentially use things like chapters, etc. And kind of people can actually navigate because it's a 6 hour.
Can you deep link to chapters? Can you do that yet? You can do a timestamp on the links. You can do a share to 5 minutes or something. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. So you could chat on social media. You could have the clip and be watch the full thing or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you can share the timestamp in the URL as well.
Okay.
One of the things that I found quite interesting actually on that point is that a lot of bigger channels, like for example, the Joe Rogan podcast, they will obviously publish their entire content. Yeah, so exactly, they have two channels. So they've got one that produces like the 3-hour full piece of content, and then they have a second channel which is just the highlights. If I'm honest, I only really watch the highlight channel. That's the one I watch the most because again, it's those 10-15 minute bite-sized clips, and I know if they picked up something that's really interesting, it's not a bit where in the podcast there's a bit of a natural lull, for example. So I really like that. Obviously, it's not going to work for everybody.
A lot of people do that. It works if you have a big audience, though. But like what it does is like you watch one clip and then you get suggested all the other clips, and then you're that kind of person, and then there's the other, a completely different audience that just watches the live or something like that, and so you get double, and you rank for keywords with this.
Yeah, I mean, there was one that I watched recently with the Joe Rogan podcast where it was Elon Musk was the guest, and I ended up watching 2 or 3 clips, and then I ended up downloading the podcast anyway, and then listening to that in my car. So I actually listened to a lot of the content twice. So it definitely works. Got a question from Andy Simpson. Hi, Andy. How effective do you find telling users to subscribe works? Can you see it on your stats when a user subscribes or hits the bell icon? And that's for anyone. Again,
I mean, telling people to subscribe, yes, it works. I mean, like when we do it live, you just see subscribe just spike up and everything. And even if you do premieres, actually say on the chat if people are in the chat, and people will also thumb it up. So if you get early thumbs up, you will rank higher and you get more suggestions to your subscribers. So actually, you can even do that in your premieres, and we actually use that to, as a new channel, get a lot more exposure than we would normally. And because we beat the ratio of views against the thumbs up, we would actually get a lot more exposure. So yeah, it works very well.
That's a great example as well, actually, about being live, having that live stream. You got that kind of immediate feedback that you can see, so you can test things. So if you do have a queue to subscribe, you can actually see, do you actually get any subscribers at that point? That's quite interesting.
If you do a proper OBS setup, actually, you can actually have on-screen call to actions, etc. Right? If you set that up with the clips, etc. Like, I mean, if you want to learn this stuff, like go on Twitch and watch the streamers. These are the guys that are pioneering that industry, and they've been doing that for many years. And everyone's just trying to catch up right now. But like, go and watch some gaming streams, and you see how crazy the call to actions are. And the feedback is when people interact with the streamers or when they make a donation, it pops up on the screen, and there's like some like custom emoticons for the channels, etc. And these things is what, I mean, a tamed version of that is what's coming to the masses, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think one of the things that we've noticed works the best is actually like a verbal cue in the video. I think we've noticed that when we've used like lower thirds animations, they've not been as successful.
You need to say it at the same time.
But then,
you say it plus it pops at the same time. That's how it works.
Okay, sounds good. In terms of looking in stats, Andy, you can definitely see which videos have generated the most subscribers. I don't know if you can see if they've clicked the notification bell. I know you can see a percentage of how many have clicked for notification bell, but I don't know if you can see specifically when they've done it. Okay, All Things Iceland has a question. It says, how often do you recommend doing a YouTube live video? Oh, sorry, Winnie, you're on mute. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear us, Winnie, but you're still no sound coming.
We can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to guess anyway that question is going to be different for every user. So, for example, going back to your point, Gaël, about gamers, I mean, gamers can stream for what, 8 hours a day?
10 hours a day, yeah. 10 hours a day, and that's their life, you know. So, but like, I mean, obviously, if you have nothing to say, I would say don't stream. But like, it's like you can stream daily. It's kind of like stories. I mean, I think live streams are like long stories as a content type. In my opinion. So it's like, you know, how people just like make 5-6 stories a day. Like maybe you can do one live stream a day that just gathers everything that you have to say. And because the more engagement you get, the more distribution you get, it's kind of like snowballs.
Awesome.
But I'm sure Winnie has something.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you're back. You're back in the game.
Oh, good. Well, I would say that my answer would be that you live stream as much as you possibly can. We actually didn't live stream that much until we had to shelter in place, and so I had to bring our entire studio equipment home. And it was really, we did more live streaming because, like you mentioned earlier, it's just too much time to produce videos when everybody was not in one place. And we've noticed that as soon as we started to live stream consistently, as much as possible, the numbers jump so significantly, not on just one platform, but on all platforms across the board. And so I think that because live streaming is so easy to do, you should just try and do it as much as you can. And the other thing I would suggest you do is to hit record on your camera. And that way you have the higher quality resolution as well, so that your team can then take it back and create snippets and create additional live to tape content, so that, don't make it. I'm all about efficiency because we're so busy. Try to do this as much as you can, make it practice so you get good at it. But most importantly, think about how this content can sit on other platforms in other ways and build bigger on your brand besides just live streaming. Because at the end of the day, many of us live stream for a new additional business, right? So it shouldn't just be that live stream audience. Many of us aren't in the world of just entertainment, but really in terms of revenue generating. So think about that.
Brilliant. I really like that concept as well about filming and
you can take quotes and everything. And for example, as I said, stories is a good thing. Like if there's an interesting quote from a guest or something, then you put that on your story. And then if you have more than 10,000 followers, then they can swipe up, get to the replay of the video, that kind of stuff. And then you can basically reuse all your content all the time. And that's what these people doing the clip channels do, basically.
Bengü, when YouTube first started doing live stream, it felt like there was a bit of a natural push. Obviously, it's a new kind of it was new functionality for them at the time. It felt like they were giving extra reach to people that had used that live stream functionality. Is that still the case? Is that you still get a little bit more reach with live stream, or is it not so much anymore?
So I think there is still some sort of a special treatment for it, because if you think about it, right now this channel is live, and if I'm a subscriber of the channel, it would showcase the channel with a red kind of icon around it on the homepage. So it's kind of like a distinct way of like pushing it a little bit forward. And obviously it's getting more engagement. People are commenting on it, liking on it, and potentially sharing it. I'm assuming that engagement, obviously, if it's in bigger numbers, could potentially hit this channel to a trending place, where it depends on the volumes of the numbers. I still think that there is a special treatment to live content, although I cannot scientifically prove this to you.
Or anecdotal, yeah.
I'm coming back. My camera just decided to turn off for some reason. So
no problem. We can still hear you at least anyway.
Exactly.
On that note, actually, Bengü, it was funny because at one point I noticed a lot of people that were doing like non-live stream content were actually putting the little emoticon icon into the title to make it look like it was actually live, which was, I thought was quite funny.
I remember that there are some others, like especially some kids programming channels, they were like looping it like a lot of episodic content into a live stream as if it was a live stream, but it wasn't a live stream. So
but the thing as well is on YouTube still the discoverability of live streams is pretty terrible compared to many other platforms. I mean, like a lot of, for example, a lot of the esports have moved from like Twitch to YouTube and lost 80% of the audience. But YouTube is making massive moves into acquiring streamers right now, like in gaming as well. Like, for example, Ninja started to stream there, which is the biggest streamer in the world right now. They have license deals for live streaming, etc. And they have teased a redesign that will actually feature live streaming a lot more. So I would suspect that live streaming will be featured a lot more in the native interface of YouTube, maybe a tab on mobile, and maybe even a section on your homepage or something like that on desktop. It's hard to tell what it's going to be, but given the amount of money they're spending, it's going to be featured more.
Gaël, you seem to know a lot about kind of the gaming side of things. Is there like an interest for YouTube to try and compete with things like Twitch and bring those kind of streamers over?
They bought the rights to like the Overwatch League for like $25 million or something.
Oh, really?
And they're making multi-million-dollar contracts with streamers, etc. So they are making the acquisitions right now, but they're not really giving them the platform. Like they're not getting the numbers they used to get on Twitch. Therefore, it would make sense that they would give them more exposure after spending this much money. And hopefully, I mean, Google is known for also failing a bunch of projects, so let's see how this goes. But they are making more and more moves towards live, so I would suspect that they will push this forward more as well.
Awesome, good stuff. Interestingly, Winnie, you and I are getting questions about our audio setups. Apparently, people seem to quite like them. In terms of my setup, is really simple. I just have a Blue Yeti mic, which you can use for podcasting. It's just a condenser mic. It's a USB one that plugs directly into my laptop. I've had more complex setups in the past, but this just seems to work in a very, very simple way. What do you have there, Winnie? Yours is all kind of nicely hidden away.
Sure. I actually, the battery just died, so I had to change microphones. But I am running a lav. This is a Sennheiser mic that goes into the Rode pack. So it's wireless to my camera. And then I just switched over to my trusty Shure condenser mic, which I love. So that's what I'm using.
Awesome. Good stuff. Okay, I think we're probably going to wrap up at this point, just conscious of time. Guys, very quickly, where can people find you online if they want to find you? Bengü, I'll start with you.
On LinkedIn, on Twitter, and also through our website. Maybe Semrush could just put up the links on the. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. They've got everyone's, in fact. But Gaёl and Winnie, just in case, where else can people find you online?
Go ahead, Winnie.
Oh, okay. I'm really easy. I'm at winniesun.com. I'm very, very active on Twitter, which is at winniesun. You can follow me on LinkedIn as well. And I would love to chat with all of you and get to know you better. And that's that.
And Gaёl?
People can go on Atari Haka. We have a podcast where we talk about all these, talk about all these technical things and on how these things work. We have a weekly podcast on this. So if you like long form content on this kind of content, you can just search for us on the podcast platform. We're on YouTube obviously as well. And we have a bunch of content on our site too. So Atari Haka.
Awesome. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you very much. Listen, guys, thank you very much for being involved in this today. And thank you everyone in the chat for your questions. Big thank you to Bengü again for sharing her presentation with us, especially given the fact that she was hosting the first half of this webinar as well. You can now finally sit back and have that, that well-deserved beer, I think. So yeah, thank you very much for taking part. And we'll start heading over to the next session. I believe everybody is backstage and eagerly waiting to join us. And here they come now. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Right. Hello, everyone. We've got a new set of people now. First of all, Chase, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Very good. Thank you. Itamar and Carla, how are you guys doing?
Hello.
Really good.
Very good. How are you guys?
Good. Itamar, I've seen you being very busy in the Q&A section, keeping everybody fully up to date with all the latest. Thank you very much. So today, Chase Reiner is going to be our main speaker, and he's going to be talking about how to raise a YouTube channel from 0 to 36,000 subscribers. Just a quick reminder, these sessions are all being recorded, so replays will be available. But if you are joining us live, make sure you use the chat to tell us where you are in the world and, of course, to ask our guests questions. We're going to try and answer as many questions as we can after the presentation. Now, there's one more session after this, which is how to get your first 1,000 subscribers as quickly as possible with Rob Balasabas. So make sure you stay tuned in for that one. Now, of course, as well as Chase, again, we have our expert panelists, Itamar and Carla. So I'm going to get everybody to just introduce themselves. Chase, as the speaker, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Yeah. So what's up, everybody? Thank you all for being here, by the way. And if you're watching this later, just want to say thanks for rewatching. My name is Chase. I have a YouTube channel that I was going to talk to you guys about today, how I grew it. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Awesome. Good stuff. Carla, let's go for you next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carla Marshall, and I am head of content at vidIQ, which is an analytics and YouTube channel management tool and platform. I have been in the space for probably 10 years now, so hoping to answer a lot of questions about YouTube growth and audience development today. Thanks, Luke.
Awesome. And for those that don't know, Carla has years of experience at a very high level. So she is a gold mine of knowledge. Peck her brain as much as you possibly can while she's online. And Itamar, same for you. You've been on YouTube since 2008, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's when I first started. I think I was probably 9 years old or something like that at the time. But, YouTube's a great platform. And hi, everyone. Thanks for joining in. So I'm Itamar Blauer, and I'm an SEO and video marketing consultant. And I'm really, really excited to get this session started.
Awesome, great stuff. Now, we've all had a little bit of a chit chat before this event, and we've all had a bit of a sneak peek into what Chase is going to share with us today. And I have to tell you, it's a fairly unique approach in terms of growing a YouTube channel, so it should be really interesting. So, on that note, if everybody's ready, I think Chase, you can take it away.
Cool. Well, yeah, let's do a little screen share. I said I wouldn't do a presentation, but I did a tiny bit of a presentation. And the reason why I generally try to stay away from presentations is because I want people to interact as much as possible. So that includes everybody that's in chat, everybody who's on this panel. Feel free to interrupt me, ask questions. I don't want this to be a me thing. I want it to be an us thing. So that's really what I'm going to be talking about mostly today, is how to take your mindset sort of from the optimizations. We'll just take it away from a second from how do I optimize a title tag? How do I optimize a heading tag or a keyword tag? And how do I optimize for the user? How do I really make it about you? Because again, at the end of the day, a lot of the reason why people are watching this is because they want to get something out of it. So I really want to give you the best thing that you can get out of this as much as possible. I don't want to make it about, oh, go buy this, go get this from me. It's not about that. So for the next hour that we're on here, I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to sell you anything. I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm just telling you my opinion and what I think might be helpful for you for this hour. So let's get into it. And again, you guys feel free, totally allowed to interrupt me at any time. I don't want you guys to think that like this is a Chase Reiner show here. It's an us show. So let's do it that way if that's cool with you guys.
Perfect. Let's go.
Cool. All right. And if everybody's excited, one of the things that I really preach about is engagement. If you guys are excited about this, I want to see some likes come in on this video. It helps keep me pumped up. It helps everybody else get pumped up. If you have comments, just say, hey, what's up in the chat? I like to see that engagement. A lot of these algorithms these days are based off engagement. So the more you guys engage, the more this gets promoted to other people. So let's do it. So from 0 to 36,000 subscribers with little optimization. And what I mean by little optimization is that I'm not necessarily optimizing for the search. I'm optimizing mainly for the user. All right. So before we get into this, you might be thinking like, who the heck is this guy, right? This is just this Chase guy. And by the way, I just want to let you guys know, I actually get really nervous. I do a lot of live streams on my channel, and sometimes I'll get a couple hundred people watching me live. I feel perfectly fine. I don't feel nervous at all on my own channel. As soon as I get on other people's channels, I start to get nervous because I know a lot of you probably don't know who I am. So my name is Chase. I enjoy helping marketers and businesses optimize their online assets to bring in more traffic and sales. That's kind of the gist of it. But my main goal is really to optimize people's mindsets. I'm really into helping people sort of change their mindset around what optimization is, right? Because you can optimize a website, but when it really comes down to it, when somebody hits that website, how do you get that person the best experience possible when they hit the website or when they hit your video? Or, how do you get people to really feel good about themselves and good about the thing that they're interacting with? So just a quick history about me, and we'll move on to what I'm talking about, just so you guys know a little bit who I am if you've never heard of me before. I began my online journey about 4 years ago when I inadvertently fell in love with the idea of optimizing businesses to show up on Google and other platforms. I just loved the idea. I used to be an IT guy. I'd fix computers. I really liked optimizing people's computers. As soon as I found out about SEO, I was like, this is the thing for me. I love the idea of building things. I like the competitiveness of the environment. I like talking to people who like optimizing online businesses and their own lifestyle. I just overall love it. And I've been fortunate enough to help little to big brands. Some of them, you probably never even heard of these names, but there's a few that you might have heard. Built with Science is actually a company that I was able to rank for things like bicep workouts, full body workouts. They're actually on Google right now ranking for those things. I took a website called Our Sleep Guide from 0 organic visitors all the way up to like 30 to 40,000 visits a month, doing bed reviews. They're making a good amount of money doing affiliate stuff. I just recently ranked a website called Roof Repair Squad #1 in Houston, Texas for roof repair. ClickSgeek, it's iPhone Repair Santa Barbara. These are different businesses. The only reason I'm telling you this isn't to brag. I'm just saying that I like doing this stuff, and I've been able to help a lot of people. I've been fortunate enough to broadcast a lot of the stuff that I do on YouTube. Most of my videos on YouTube are just me going through and being like, okay, guys, today I'm going to try to rank for iPhone repair. And then I go and do it on video. By the way, do you guys want to say anything before I keep going?
No, you're on a roll. Let's just go for it, man.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Just interrupt me anytime.
Okay.
So that's great. You know who I am, but why am I here, right? Why the heck am I here? So I hope today I can help you share some information with you on how you can optimize your YouTube channel as well as your mindset. I believe that you can build a great following by focusing solely on your audience and the value you offer them for free. That's all it is. So instead of thinking about, again, keyword tags, title tags, whatever it is, I think that you can focus your time on helping the person who interacts with your brand online instead of worrying about keywords, tags, thumbnails, all these things that people spend so much time thinking about. Now, I'm not saying these aren't important. I'm not saying it's not important to have a good thumbnail. I'm not saying it's not important to have a good title tag. But I think most of you guys know, based on watching these other great sessions that I've seen and I was watching before this, how to actually set this stuff up. But this is a tiny bit of a different approach. We're just going to change our mindset for a little bit, take it away from the optimizations for the platform. Let's think about optimizing for the user. So why would we do this, right? Most businesses want to generate views, engagement, and sales. That's a given, right? Everybody wants more sales, they want more views, and they want more engagement. But these are these not all results of offering something valuable to the person interacting with your brand? If I give something to somebody, chances are if they think it's valuable, they're going to want to give back, whether it's engagement, whether it's a sale, whether it's a view. So we want to think of ways that we can bring value to our viewers so that they want to give back. Now, how do we do that, right? And it's all about building relationships with people. So a lot of the people that I'm actually seeing in the chat right now, I want to thank, by the way, people in here. I recognize Tanya, I recognize AR Skills Learning, Scott, Alan, thank you guys for being here. Craig Campbell, a lot of these people in here are actually people that I interact with almost every day. And, again, this is a privilege that I get because I spend my time trying to build relationships with people that I really care about. I really care about building a community of other people. Look at all these people right here. Justin, Dave, all these people in here, they're all interacting with me and they know who I am. And so they help pump me up. They help me feel good about what I do. And that's because, again, I work on building relationships with people by offering them as much value as I can for 100% free with no other reason besides just helping you guys. I don't want to sell anything. In the long run, yes, I want to make money, but in the short term, I'm focusing on just helping because I like to help and I want my brand to be recognized that way. So, and we'll go, hold on. Let me just say something, by the way. I'm going to show you guys some real examples of how this actually really did give me value. I don't want you guys to think, oh, helping's great and everything, Chase, but we need to make money. I'm going to show you how this actually led to rankings, views, sales, all these things. But before I do that, I want to tell you why I do this. There's my trademark giant gallon of water. So how do we build relationships? It all begins with the thing that you offer for free. And if you can't offer something valuable to your visitor for free, they don't have a reason to come back, engage, or buy. So again, while everybody's focused on, or a lot of people are focused on ranking number one, why not rank number one for your customer? Why not rank for the person who's going to first see you and they have no idea who you are? 99% of people's traffic and visitors, whether it's to a YouTube video, whether it's to a website, they're going to hit the website. They're not going to have any idea who you are, and they're going to probably leave. So you want to give them something that they can hold on to, something that you can invite them in with a relationship. And I'm going to give you some examples of what I do to invite people into relationships with me. So value is also specific to your actual user, right? So the closer you can get to understanding what you can provide to help as many people as possible in the shortest amount of time, the more efficient you become at creating relationships. So for instance, if I started offering, here's the best, most technical guide to schema markup, that's only going to be helping a certain amount of people who are very technical, people who know SEO very well, and they want to learn schema markup. Now, if I create a guide on, maybe the best SEO checklist out here, now I'm creating a checklist or some sort of opt-in or some sort of value that people can use that's on a wider scale. It's maybe targeting somebody who's new or targeting somebody that, might not be so new and they have some experience. Whatever I'm doing, though, is I'm trying to help as many people as I can in the shortest amount of time. So that's where I come up with most of my content. And just like I was saying before with the other stuff, I'll go a little bit more deep as well on how I actually use this value to build content around versus building the content and then trying to get somebody to opt in, right? I build the opt-in first. I build the thing that I'm giving to people, and then I build the content that leads to that opt-in. So don't let me just preach this to you. I want to show you a few things that I really care about building for the person who may opt into a relationship with me online. We still good, by the way, guys? We all
good, mate. Keep it going.
I'm seeing some smiles, so I do appreciate those. So first of all, so this is an SEO Pro template that I created. This is an audit template. I've spent a good amount of time creating this checklist. It's completely free. And what this checklist is it just takes you through different steps for a website. It has a bunch of resources in it. It has, okay, first, we do analytics, then we do web design, then we do technical SEO. And I actually have one of these tabs messed up here. It's supposed to be, I'll get my little pointer out. Click-through rate optimization is supposed to be way over here. Don't know why it got over there. But it's just a little checklist. It's what I use for my audits. And a lot of the time what I'll do is I'll do live streams and I'll actually show people, hey, look, this is my process. This is the client I'm doing an audit for. And then I offer them that audit. I say, hey, look, this is the audit I'm going to be doing. But if you want to go grab the checklist and do an audit on your own, go ahead. Here's the link. I'm not asking for a sale. There's nothing in there besides, I think maybe in the front part there might be like a plug for a paid version. I'm not really sure. I don't even think it's in there right now. But again, I'm more concerned about somebody grabbing that checklist and then me doing a future video and helping them more with, hey, this is another thing I use the checklist for, or I added something new to it. And having people be able to discover on their own how to actually do what they were looking for. When somebody goes and does SEO, they don't want to just, have the option to buy from you. They want to have the option to be able to do it themselves and be able to learn on their own and be able to understand it in their own way. So that's one example. So 3/4 of my time during the month is going towards helping people for absolutely free because I love to help. So 3 weeks out of the month, all I'm doing is I'm just thinking about, okay, for instance, this webinar or this presentation, all I'm trying to do is just trying to help. I'm not trying to sell anything. It's because I really do like helping. I feel passionate about it. I like changing people's mindsets. I like changing people's businesses. I like changing people's lives. That's just something I enjoy doing. 1/4 of the time, I'm going to think of ways that I can make money because I need to make money. It's a business, right? How I can help these relationships that I've been building more than just my free content and whatever my opt-ins are, whatever my checklists are, whatever I'm giving away for free. And so what I do for that is I actually ask people when I build these relationships, I say, what would you like? When I ask people in chat or when I ask people in Facebook or ask people on email or wherever they're at, I have a Facebook group, I have a Discord channel, I have all these different places. And I ask everybody, so, hey, look, what would you actually like? If I were to give you something, maybe not for free, what would be the thing that you'd want and how much would you be willing to pay for it? So I'm completely transparent with my marketing when I actually, by the time I actually sell something, I ask people what they want, I give them what they want, and that's all I care about. Now, there's actually a secret system I use though, and this is where it starts to getting into a little bit more optimization. This is a secret that I've used to grow any asset, whether it's my client's assets, whether it's my YouTube channel, whether it's my website. This system right here is the system that any of you can take right now, and I guarantee you it will improve any single business you work on. So this system relies on the principle of reciprocity. And that means when you give something for free to people, they want to give back. For example, all the people in chat right now, if I'm giving you something valuable, let me know right now, comment, say, hey, thank you. Let me know what you think, right? People want to give back to the thing that they feel good about. When something is given to them, they want to reciprocate. So whenever I give away my SEO checklist or whatever free content I give away, I ask for that new or existing relationship to give me an engagement by commenting, reviewing, liking, or whatever it is I'm working on growing. So doing this allows me to build natural credibility like I do with what I'm about to show you. And by building this natural credibility, people are more likely to convert. into a sale, convert into a relationship, and I'm more likely to bring in views, engagement, every metric that comes from the result of having a brand that really gives out something that people want. So here's an example. I have a Google My Business with like 567 reviews. Most of them are 5-star. One of them is like somebody getting mad at me because I tried to, I had a World of Warcraft character. I wanted them to help me level. And for some reason, apparently that you're not allowed to do that. So they got really mad at me. But all the other reviews mainly are about the SEO I give out, the checklist, the tutorials. And so again, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to give people value, like for instance, a checklist, and then I direct them for something back. I say, hey, would you mind leaving a review? Would you mind leaving a comment? Would you go to my Facebook post that I gave you this resource on and let me know what you thought? Would you go to my checklist on my website and leave a comment? Tell me what you think. Any single asset you build, whether it's a YouTube video, anything it is, you can ask for value back, and most people will give it to you. Now, the thing is if you're only focused on sales, what happens is people already feel like they gave you the value. They gave you the money. So when you ask for a review or you ask for a comment or something, they're like, hey, look, I kind of already did this for you, right? I already paid you. When you come up with an approach that's different, where it's how do I give out value without asking for anything except maybe a comment or some sort of engagement just to let me know what you think, people are 100 times more likely to help you grow your brand on any asset you want. Any asset. That's it. Period. End of sentence. Done. So again, if you can come up with this system, and guess what? This system is actually a lot easier than you probably think. So check this out. I actually have a little flow in here. I actually use ManyChat for this, but you can use whatever you want. And ManyChat, by the way, is a platform that lets you message people on Facebook. So when somebody grabs my checklist, what happens is it takes them to a Facebook Messenger conversation and asks them, hey, could you type in your email? And so this flow right here is the exact flow that I've used to grow pretty much any asset just by utilizing the engagement and the value, the reciprocation principle I was telling you about to get value back. So here you can see when somebody, let's say they grab this free SEO checklist on my website and they go say, hey, yeah, let me download it. It takes them to a messenger chat and it says, hey, first name, in order for me to send you my checklist, I need you to reply with your exact email so I can send it to your inbox right now. They leave their email and it says, okay, great. I'm sending you the checklist. Would you do me a favor and leave a comment from the page you got it from? And they say, sure. And most people do it. I send them the checklist. I send them some of my other resources. It's all completely free. I'm not asking for a sale. And then what I'm doing at the very end is I say, hey, look, just in case you need to get a hold of me, Facebook's kind of a hard place to do it because I have so many people message me on Facebook Messenger and wherever else. I give them my personal phone number. And the coolest part about this is I get so many people texting me, calling me, I get hundreds of messages and they're all saying, hey, Chase, thank you so much. You really helped me out. You really changed my business. I just wanted to say thank you. Or they have questions and I can answer their questions. But it feels good when I see people interacting with me, interacting with my brand and telling me, hey, look, this really helped me out. And it helps me wake up in the morning and feel good about, creating the content I do and helping people with the resources I help them with, because people really do appreciate when you give them things without any expectation. Now, how do you monetize this though? Because I've been talking about, oh, here's how you do it for free. Here's how you do it for free. Once you have your value offer, you just want to be really good at building stories. So a lot of the time when I'm doing content or I'm building, something that leads to that offer, I'm going to be talking about how I went from point A to point B. So, if I'm going to do a video on, maybe some checklists I did, my content's going to be about, here's what I did to go from having a website with 10,000 visits to 100,000 visits. And then I offer them the checklist. This is the checklist that I used. So when you have stories, people want to stick around. When you're just the type of person that's doing tutorials and teaching, the problem with that is there's so many other people that are kind of doing that content kind of already exists. People want to learn from what's unique about you. They want to know why they should like you. They want to know why they should be like you or why they shouldn't be like you. You want to show your visitors who you are and why. And it's the same thing with your brand. Let's say you're not a personal brand. Let's say you still have a business brand that's encompassing a bunch of people. You still want to show why your brand is the way it is. And you want to most importantly be opinionated. I get comments all the time where they say, "Hey Chase, what you're saying isn't nice." Or, what you're saying is too nice or something, right? That's their opinion, just like how I stated my opinion. Your job is not to necessarily be liked. It's to help. And if your helping gets in the way of certain people, that's just how it is. That's really why for me, I don't want to lose my voice. I don't want to lose my opinion just because I'm catering to what other people say they think I should be saying. Make your brand about what you like. Make your opinion loud and make what you do important because you like doing what you do and you like helping people in the way you do. So again, you're the pro, not me. That's the biggest thing, right? I want you to learn from my mistakes or my successes, but I really want you to take something I do and make it better. I'm not making this about me. I'm trying to make this about you guys. The people who are watching this right now, it's more important that, you actually learn something or you take something from what I'm saying today and it actually changes something about your business or your life. That's the only thing I care about. I don't care if you guys go off and do something else or maybe you just think I'm full of it. That's totally fine. But I don't help because I expect to get something back. I help because I love helping. I like building relationships. I like optimizing. I like getting up and seeing all the messages from people saying thank you. Build something that makes you feel the same way. If you're getting up in the morning and you're trying to do a YouTube video that you don't care about, or you're trying to do a keyword tag that has nothing to do with helping people, you're doing the wrong thing. It's so important. It's so important to optimize for a person. If you're going to change a title tag, make it for the person. If you're going to change a keyword tag and you really want this to show up, make it for the person. But do that on top of being a great brand, doing it on top of being a great storyteller and a great person to build relationships with. So remember, brands exist because of their users, not vice versa. Your user does not exist because of your brand, right? If you want to build something that does well online, figure out how to satisfy your user, not your wallet. The money, the views, and even the sales come in, but it's a result of being amazing at satisfying your user. When you are the best of the best and you are unique to what you do, people end up compensating you in more ways than you could ever imagine. So I hope you guys are somewhat satisfied. I don't want to make this a long presentation. I want to give time for other people to talk. I was given about 30 minutes today to present, right? And this is just the very tip of the iceberg. The reason I didn't deep dive into specific optimizations is because there are people out there way better than me at doing like all these crazy things on YouTube. Like I'm sure Carla and Itamar and even Luke probably know way more about me than using best titles and keywords and all these things. The truth is I don't usually even add descriptions to my videos. If you look at my videos, there's not even a description there most of the time. We all need to improve at something, right? I could probably use a lot of advice that these guys are about to share, right? So last thing I want to leave you is with this, stand out. If you can't differentiate yourself from the other 99% of people who do what you do, you will be categorized. And you want to become your own category. Become unique enough for people to remember you and want to see more, right? Try to figure out what others are doing well and do it in your own way that is somehow more helpful based on what you love or what you like to do. So that's pretty much it. I think that's everything I did. I just want to thank everybody who's here today, the panelists, everybody who's here in chat for saying, hey, what's up, and supporting me, and everybody here. And I'm overpaid every day to be able to do what I do. So thank you. And thank you, Semrush, for having me on here as well. So that's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much indeed for sharing that, Chase. That was incredible. I would never have guessed in any way that you were nervous while you were doing that presentation. So that was that was quite funny. Also, as well, how much water are you drinking? Because I have made it a point not to drink any water because I'm going to be on here for like 3 hours, and I'm so thirsty, and I'm just watching you drink what appears to be about a gallon of water. I think. So.
It's funny actually. When I first started YouTube, I would always have this. And I drink so much water that people started associating me with like Dasani, and they said I should have gotten sponsored by them. But yeah, sorry if that's irritating. I know some people get really
Oh, no.
irritated by me drinking water. I'm so sorry.
I'm not irritated in the slightest. I'm just very jealous. You've had lots of nice comments coming through, so I'm guessing you have brought quite a few of your audience through, but definitely a lot of people saying very positive things about you. So the things that you said in your presentation about, you know, providing value and building relationships, clearly you've done that with your own channel. That's obviously quite clear to see. Carla, Itamar, just out of curiosity, what are your initial thoughts after having seen Chase's presentation? Obviously, we've discussed this a little bit before, and the approach is in some ways unique, and in other ways, it's actually kind of almost like best practice in a way, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It absolutely is, and a lot of what Chase has talked about and put into practice is really the way that YouTube, the direction that YouTube is going. So I don't know, like last week, or the week before, they introduced a new metric for monetization, the RPM metric, as opposed to the CPM. And the RPM metric is really geared towards how successful you are as a creator within your community. You know, so you can't just put content out on YouTube now, sit back and expect it to fly, because if your audience doesn't buy into you as a personality or to your brand, as you know, and every brand has a personality as well, it's going to be a massively wasted effort. You're not going to be able to compete. And I think, again, not putting too many of your eggs in one basket and building out communities on other social and online video platforms is also pretty essential right now, so it doesn't get taken away from you by YouTube. So
yeah, I think there's always the concern if you put all your eggs into one basket or base your business model around a single platform, that eventually something will change. The platform might not necessarily disappear. I don't see YouTube going anywhere anytime soon, but even if it just changes something about the way that it operates, that could have a big impact on your business. So having a lot of platforms that you're working with can certainly minimize some of that risk, I guess.
Yeah, and don't forget, at the end of the day, YouTube is free for users, so they're supporting. You know, they're ingesting all of the costs. So, but actually, YouTube owes you nothing as a creator. It's kind of up to you to provide value, as Chase said. It's all about the value to the viewer. But yeah, I mean, look at, we saw last year where specifically for content creators who were building, who were publishing videos around kids content, had the carpet pulled right from under them. Massive drops in revenue and that kind of relationship building. So yeah, I think Chase is kind of absolutely on the right track. It's where we're going with, and also the main thing, you can't game those relationships and that engagement in the way that you can buy views, or that's kind of it's a one-time thing. But with the engagement and I really liked kind of Chase's chart. It was like step one, and then I get back to them, and they get back to me, and I take them there. Awesome, love that.
And Itamar, in some ways, his approach is very kind of unique, I suppose, for most people who are on the YouTube platform. But in other ways, the principles of providing value are still kind of like the core principles that most YouTubers will probably follow. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, when you're creating video content on YouTube and you want it to grow, you need to think, well, first of all, before I even upload a video, who is it that I'm targeting and what is it that they want to consume? And then when you get these right, then you start creating content. But I think, Chase's story and his channel, it's really an inspiration because he does things a lot differently than what I do when I'm trying to grow. And I think his model is very future-proof. And I'll explain why that is. So, with his whole kind of value in, value out proposition, he's giving away value for free. And in exchange, he's asking for this engagement. And so if he's trying to grow a YouTube channel, he will say to people who have already liked the value that he's given and then he will ask them to reciprocate, and then they will subscribe to the channel. And most likely, because they already invested in him, they will continue to watch his channel. They will continue to watch his videos fully, so his watch time goes up. And then you've got all of these positive engagement signals from YouTube perspective, and they're thinking, wow, this content creator right here, this guy knows what he's doing, and we're going to bump up his videos. So, and I think to kind of link that in terms of people who are wondering, well, you know, I still want to use the whole relevancy stuff. I still want to optimize my videos with the titles, the tags, descriptions. You know, you can still do that. But at the end of the day, when you think of how many creators there are out there on YouTube who are trying to get that relevancy, and they're trying to all optimize their video titles, you know, how is YouTube going to differentiate between all these videos? It's all about the engagement and the quality. So if YouTube understands that these viewers are liking this video content, they're going to be putting it up much higher than all the rest of the people. So I think, you know, in some ways, Chase is really maximizing on these engagement and the quality signals. And it's also interesting because, Chase, when we spoke before, kind of when we were planning the session, and you mentioned that your YouTube search counted for 40% of your YouTube traffic. And with a lot of your videos, you don't even put descriptions on them. So it just kind of shows how, you know, relevancy is becoming less important, and it's more about the engagement from YouTube's perspective in terms of what they rank.
I might argue a little bit with you there. I just want to answer a question. Homebrew audio, if you go into YouTube Studio and then into your analytics dashboard, you'll see that if you're monetized, if you have a 4,000 hours watch time and 1,000 subscribers, you'll find it on the within the analytics page, just next to the CPM dashboard that's usually there. So
yeah, it's just the middle tab under the revenue section.
Yes, sorry, I missed that bit, under the revenue tab. Yes. So the only, I'm just gonna kind of so I totally agree with Chase and Itamar, what you said. I think that there is, so building these relationships and building this engagement is incredibly hard work. So I would always say for brand new creators to optimize the hell out of everything first of all, as you're starting to build that community. YouTube, there's so many signals that YouTube looks for now, but but they also give you lots of opportunity. They give you lots of places within the publishing dashboard and the optimization dashboards for you to put that content in there. So I think when you get to a stage where your community and audience are strong enough that they support you, and it's like you can see the really big YouTubers, they don't optimize their titles or descriptions or anything. But as a starter, I would say that optimization is important.
I agree, and I think a big mistake a lot of people make, particularly when they're starting out. So I used to help a lot of vloggers online get started, and I would give them all this advice, and they'd always say to me, well, Casey Neistat doesn't do that. I'm like, yeah, well, Casey Neistat has at the time 8 million subscribers. You know, he doesn't need to do anything anymore. You know, he can literally put the most simple clickbaity title, whatever it is, people are going to watch it. It's a completely different kind of
It is, but he wouldn't have got where he is without that whole building that relationship and that community. So Casey Neistat is, well known beyond YouTube. He's built a huge presence for himself. So yeah, it's Mr. Beast, even PewDiePie. Like PewDiePie can do what he likes, and will always get 2 or 3 million views on his videos because he's built this army of fans, like Chase is encouraging everyone to do. So yeah, I think it's no longer easy just to be an online video creator. You have to think about what on earth you're doing, what value do you offer anybody, and then start from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just to add to that as well, I think it's really important that people understand that it's not everything to be ranking for YouTube search. Because I get clients who say to me, well, I want to rank #1 on YouTube for these kind of terms. And I'm saying, well, why do you just want to focus on YouTube search when you've got all of these other sources that you can get traffic and you can get people to go and watch your content and also to subscribe? So, for example, in my case, I think in the last 28 days, about 37% of my views came from YouTube search, but I've had almost 20% coming from external, with the majority from places like LinkedIn and Twitter. So what people need to remember is you need to first find out where your audience are hanging out and then create content and target them directly to the places they're going to be at. And then they're more likely to want to then move on to YouTube and watch your videos and subscribe. So obviously when you're starting out and you want to grow, you know, don't just put all your eggs into optimizing your video tags and trying to really just get the YouTube search right, but also trying to think of where your users are actually hanging out, because a lot of them might not even be on YouTube. So you do need to kind of do that research beforehand to figure out where they're hanging out.
That's a really good point, because so for instance, if you were trying to build that community out on LinkedIn and you were using video content for that, the optimization best practices that you've put into that particular YouTube video will work on you for YouTube potentially, because they're picking up all the signals. But if you upload that video or use it as a link on LinkedIn, that's not going to help you on LinkedIn. What you have to bring value, you have to talk to the audience on LinkedIn in a different way. So you can be using content, but if you don't bring your message over, it's just another video link. And how bored are we of all of them? It's just noise constantly. But if you like, you know, I created this about this particular thing, and this will help you. And again, it really comes back to knowing your audience, providing value to building that relationship.
Mm-hmm. Out of curiosity, this is more aimed at Chase actually. So obviously it's a bit of a misperception that people, when they first come to YouTube, they think, well, search traffic's probably where a majority of the traffic's going to come from. But obviously in reality, it's different. It's probably through suggested traffic, for example, or the YouTube's recommendation engine. Now, at the moment, Chase, you're saying that, you know, for a lot of your videos, you don't even provide descriptions with them, but you still get like 40% search traffic at the moment, which suggests that the behavior metrics are working very well for you. However, at the moment, your channel's pretty established. You've got 36,000 subscribers at the moment. Did you always not fill in your descriptions and things, or did you used to do a little bit of optimization when you first started? How did you get going?
Yeah, so when I started out, I was doing everything I could to rank. Because I had 0 subscribers and I just needed to find something that would work. So I was doing huge descriptions, and I was trying to find the best keywords. And I mean, everything that I did was about trying to get the most views possible so that people would end up contacting me so they could buy SEO. And I'm not saying that any of that's wrong. I had videos that ranked very well. For a while, was ranking like for all kinds of stuff like SEO guide, and I don't even know what I rank for. I mean, most of the time I'm not even really that concerned, because what I'm thinking about more is, so there's a difference between doing keyword research for a search engine versus doing keyword research for a user. And my big thing is, like, I don't really necessarily do keyword research anymore. I just try to build an opt-in that has all the things I do in it. And then I build content that replicates what that opt-in provides. So if I hear from people that they really want to learn how to do keyword research, I could create a opt-in that shows exactly my layout for choosing keywords, selecting the keywords for videos, whatever that solution is. But then my goal is to create content that leads to that opt-in. And then I build that opt-in to have people go back to that content and leave engagement. And so what I find is that I get so much engagement that this stuff generally ranks naturally. And I don't have to worry as much about outranking people for keywords, because my brand is, in most of the case, more authoritative for a lot of the things that I make. So that content gets dispersed to people at a higher rate. So one more thing I want to mention, I'll stop talking. You can rank on search engines, but wouldn't you rather rank in people's news feeds? So when people are online, most of them are busy. They're either on Facebook or on YouTube. They have 100 tabs open. So I'm much more interested in controlling my traffic so that when I push a button, people are going to see me show up if they see me on Facebook or if they see me on YouTube. And what I found is that when people are on YouTube, There's channels with 500,000 subscribers that get 200 views. Why is that? And it's because the content that they're producing generally doesn't get engaged with. So the more engagement that you can create and the more you can build content for the user and have that user feel really like they got fulfilled with that content and they're willing to come back and leave that engagement, the more that content gets dispersed to the next user, whether it's somebody that knows you or somebody that doesn't. That's kind of my theory behind what we're talking about.
Yes, totally. I just going to say I totally agree. And I've seen a lot of channels the same, where they're slowly building a good subscriber numbers, but those viewers aren't coming back. So it's almost as if that viewer saw one good video, subscribed, and just walked away and never came back because that content creator can't offer them. Either it was a viral video, so I think the whole got to get a viral video on YouTube is just not sustainable.
Viable long term. Yeah, exactly.
No, not at all. So I'd like to ask Chase a question, actually. Are there any particular analytics, and I'll talk about YouTube here, are there any particular analytics or metrics for YouTube that you take notice of? I imagine your watch time is through the roof because you're doing live streams, etc. But things like audience retention or other engagement metrics, what's important to you to understand and to build upon?
Yeah, so I should be a lot more technical with my approach because a lot of what I say should be backed by like actual analytics and science. The problem is that like for me, I'm generally so busy coming up with things that I like that if somebody doesn't, like if I make a video and a ton of people don't like, if I don't get a good amount of engagement, like people don't like it, they don't stick around, they're not watching it, the last thing I'm going to do is try to go build more content like that. Now, yes. If I was more mad scientist, Chase, which I should be, a lot of the time I'll make content and then I'll go on to the next thing and I'm constantly just thinking about everything that's going on. I would be more technical and I would think, okay, yeah, this video got a 3 minute average session duration where this one got a 5 minute and the drop off rate was this. The problem is that for me, I don't know what it is. I like being really technical, but sometimes it gets to the point where it almost feels overloading to think about that much information at once. I think that as long as I hear from people that they're really liking my stuff and I'm, asking them constantly, hey, how do you guys feel? What do you think about this? When I go into chat and I say, hey, do you guys enjoy what I'm talking about here? That to me is for the moment enough. But yes, I think it's definitely very important to figure out, analytics are extremely important. And if you could deep dive and see, oh yeah, these are my bounce rates and these are my click-through rates and this is the stuff that works really well. I mean, you're going to find out so much information that's super valuable. It just really depends on how your brain works as well, because some people, while they're, super focused on the technical, others can be, super focused on just liking to be in front of people and speaking and all these things. I think the biggest thing though that you have to think about if you're trying to grow something is figure out what your strength is and hit really hard on that. Why do people like you? Are you really funny? Are you really nice? Are you really good at keeping conversations going? Play to your strengths, and that's how you grow. Like all these people online, they all do different stuff. Like on YouTube, like I don't get many views at all compared to some people out there get so many views, and they're the most random thing. Some people just do have like little iPhone videos, but they'll get millions of views. And it's because the UX they provide and the value they provide based on what they're doing is really is replicated, or it represents what that person who's watching it is really all about. So the closer you can get to really matching that person, that's the big metric. It's hard to look at though, because you don't always know, maybe it's a 5 minute view duration, but what if you were just feeling really good that day? You can't always tell from analytics.
Mm-hmm. I think just to add to that as well, like when we're talking about the metrics that are important, and I think most people who you'd ask, they say, what's the most important metric? They'll tell you it's subscribers. They'll say, I want to grow my subscriber count. But I think, you know, based on this session going from like 0 to 36K, I think it's important to first get the right subscribers. So just going from 0 to 36K, if it means that 30,000 of those 36K don't really care about your content and they've just subscribed and they're never going to watch a video, that's not going to help you at all. If anything, they'll be, you know, you'll have an adverse effect. So I think, you know, when it comes to persuading people to subscribe to your content, and it's also why you shouldn't do things like sub for sub, because for that same reason, the chances of somebody subscribing to you and liking your content, if they're a random person, is quite slim. And also when people are subscribed, making sure that they're doing it for the right reasons, right? So don't just chase these metrics and think, oh, I've got 36,000 subscribers, that means I'm a good YouTuber. What matters is the actual people who are watching your content. And as Chase said right at the beginning, it's more about optimizing for the user so that they feel like they belong to be part of your subscriber base.
Yeah, really, really great points. I mean, just to give some insight into that as well. I mean, sub's a classic example, but even just making sure that you stick to a niche that your audience is going to be interested in is really powerful. I mean, when I first started, I was doing all kinds of crap just because I was doing things that I thought were fun, or things that it was content I wanted to make because I was making it for me. I wasn't making it for the audience. And as a result, I was making things like, you know, videos about tattoos, videos about cars, videos about fitness. And of course, you know, I've never made a video about tattoos ever since. So if I had 200 people subscribe because of that video, they're going to be extremely disappointed with all of my upcoming content, and it's chances are they won't have watched a single video.
But that's it though as well, because when you think about, if you're a channel and you're trying to upload many different types of topics, if people are subscribed because they've watched, say, one of the topics, but maybe you haven't, you know, if your channel's not the focus of that topic, then they're just not going to watch anything. So that's why I always say to people, you know, if you're starting a channel from scratch, just stick to one niche. And I think that's probably one of the most important things that you can do. Stick to a niche that you're good at and become consistent with that. Because as soon as you start to upload something else, say, for example, I start a channel on basketball videos, and then people subscribe because of that, right? And then I have one video that's about cricket. Maybe it did really well. Maybe it got loads of views, that video about cricket. But all the people who subscribe, and then they see on the home feed, if my video comes up about basketball, they'll be like, well, you know, I didn't subscribe for this. And then they'll either unsubscribe or just not engage with your channel at all.
It's really hard advice for a creator to take on board, especially when they're starting on, like, YouTube's a fun thing, but they almost have to reverse what they do. So like you said, Itamar, to go in with a focus, doesn't have to be laser focus, but at least some direction. It's when you have built that community and audience space, that's when you can start to deviate a little bit, like, you know, and because at that point the audience is with you. And I think for any channel, whatever size, yes, you can do it. You know, you can do an outlier, fantastic video, and you'll pick up some views and subscribers, but ultimately the audience will keep coming back because of you and your personality, or the brand's personality. And then to go back to Chase's point, that takes a lot of brand building. So it takes a lot of relationship building and understanding who that audience is and how you take the audience with you every time through your YouTube journey and across other platforms. So it's almost the reverse advice. Go in with if you're creating an online presence, be really clear about, is it sustainable, and does it talk to your audience? If you want to kind of make it long term and to generate some revenue from it. So, but yeah, it's not easy.
Definitely not. I'm just conscious of time, and I'm aware that we haven't actually answered any questions from our chat yet. So I'm just going to start quickly bringing some up, if that's okay. So number one, we have a question from Jennifer Packard. Do you have any insight on how a dealership can build their YouTube channel effectively? I'm here to learn and absorb info. Fairly broad question. I can start if you like.
Yeah, go for it. It's a good question.
Okay, so a dealership. So first thing I would do is have a look and see what other dealership channels are doing. There are definitely a lot of big dealership channels that are out there. And then think about the kind of content that you could create and that you can create on a long-term basis consistently. I think one of the key things from being a dealership is that you're going to have access to cars. So you might be able to provide insights into those vehicles that other people maybe aren't able to provide. And then also think, like, from Chase's perspective, what kind of value can you offer to your audience? So for example, can you give them information about financing? Is there things about things they need to know when they're actually making purchase decisions that they might need to know? Any kind of valuable information that you can provide would be a really good starting point, I think. That's probably going to be a very long answer to that question if I'm not careful. Guys, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah. Sorry,
okay.
go ahead, Carla.
No, go on. You go first.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you think of a car dealership on YouTube and you think, if you're trying to get people to subscribe to the channel, you might have customers that only use you one time and that's it. So I think when you think of the long term and the types of content you're uploading, you've got to think about, what kind of content will people want to come back to, right? So not only focusing, I suppose, in getting leads, right? Because that might be one of your goals, to get leads from these videos, but also thinking about just the general public. How might you improve your brand through creating content that's engaging enough for people who are car enthusiasts or these types of people to continue consuming your content?
I think that's a great point as well, because I think a mistake that I could see happening is that they use their website, or they use their YouTube channel as a way of trying to sell individual cars. And of course, once they're sold, all that content becomes completely irrelevant. So I think it'd be a case of making sure you stay away from that type of content. It's stuff that you want people to keep coming back to.
So I would say the number one thing, first of all, not to do is to turn every video into a sales pitch, because there's no quicker way to lose an audience. And then to Itamar's point, it's I think how-to and tutorials are, if not top 5, in the top 10 verticals on YouTube, and that's what people come back for, and there's so much that you could be doing around cars, finance. Like, I could sit here and think of 30 things already, but the last thing that I would say is really think about user intent. So when a user goes on to Google, for instance, and they're searching for, they might know what car they want, but they might be looking for general stuff, and it depends. The user on Google will get served results based on user intent. So if you create a video that doesn't match that user intent, you will not show up on Google, for a start. And also, you won't rank very highly on YouTube, and you won't show up in suggested search. So avoid the sales pitch and look at the how-to and tutorial content, because really that's the stuff that's going to keep people coming back.
Definitely, that sounds like great advice. I'm going to nip through a couple more. I think we've got enough time for maybe a couple more questions. Ace of Spades asks a question directly to Chase. Chase, how do you build authority within a saturated niche?
So when you're starting out, I mean, again, it's kind of like the same sort of answer that we've all been saying, even in the last one. You want to obviously focus on the user, but secondly, what I think the quickest way to really hack your authority is to figure out what the best paid thing is in your market and then make it free. So for instance, if there's some sort of tool or there's some sort of opt-in or something that people are selling that people really like, just give people something that they would normally pay for and give it to them for free. Because people are going to expect that your paid thing or whatever it is that you're going to offer next is going to be amazing based on the first thing you gave them. It's all about leaving impressions on people. I mean, the real secret to building what I call the new backlink, what people perceive as authority, or what search engines perceive as authority, is giving people that thing that makes them want to come back to that relationship. The reason why it's a relationship is because they're coming back, right? So if they're not in a relationship, they're visiting, but they're like, hey, we'll see you later. So you want to figure out what makes people feel good. When you compliment somebody, it makes them feel good. It makes them want to hang out with you. Make people feel good about what you offer. That's all it comes down to. It doesn't matter if you do a certain type of video or a certain type of blog or whatever it is. It just matters that you're making people feel good about what they're getting, whether it's content, whether it's an opt-in, whether it's a tool, whatever it is. You want people to think that they got more than they gave back, right?
I think a big thing for me as well would be to try and differentiate yourself from other people. So if you're in a very, very saturated arena. What is it that people like about those people, and what is it they dislike about them? And I think more often than not, people have a lack of trust for people that are within certain niches. So if you can identify yourself as, for example, I'm not sponsored by anybody, I'm being honest in what I'm saying, you give a kind of trustworthy, transparent approach, that can definitely help you build an authority over those other perhaps potentially bigger influencers, for want of a better word.
True. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Anybody else want to add anything to that one? We've probably got enough for maybe one question more. Maybe I can squeeze one in. Let's have a look what we've got here. Okay, this is one from Ismail. Chase, how do you deal with sharing client content? I mean, do you ask clients to allow sharing their projects publicly? I have lots of clients, but they want to be private.
So one of the ways that I try to differentiate my channel than other like stuff out there is that, you know, most people, like they were saying, or I forgot the name. It was Ismail or Israel. Yeah. Again, my big thing is trying to be different than what other people are doing, because I want something that makes people feel like, oh, that was kind of weird. Like, that's new. And so I know that people, my clients, are not going to usually want to see their stuff on YouTube. Oh, here's how I ranked them. Go do it. Right. But I think a lot of the time they're willing to work with me because they have seen my past history, my success. So they're like, hey, whatever, you know, I'm not paying as much as I probably should for Chase if he was behind the scenes. So that's kind of one of my angles is, you know, I try to broadcast what I do live so you guys can see step by step what I'm doing. Again, my big strategy, besides offering the opt-in, offering that thing that's going to make you feel good, is that unique perspective that you wouldn't normally get in other places. You want to figure out, like, part of being good at SEO or optimizing anything is figuring out what everybody else is doing and then be like, hey, I could probably do it a little bit differently. It's almost like, you know, Apple is like, think different, right? You want to think of ways that you can make your stuff more user-friendly based on what else is already out there. If you're just doing what everybody else is doing, your brand is no longer unique. It's just categorized. It's just, I'm an SEO. You know, I don't want to be just an SEO. I want to be, you know, Chase Reiner that does this thing really well and it's unique.
Awesome. Okay, I think we've probably got a chance or time rather for one more. Let's try and find one that looks like I might have a quick answer. Okay, healing with Qui-Gong, I think that's pronounced. Where do I find out where my audience is hanging out?
This is a great question. So again, to go back to Chase's point, you need to align yourself with the audience, first of all. So where are you hanging out? And, you know, what kind of content are you consuming as? So think about it from that way. Honestly, it's as simple as that to start off with. Understand, you know, so if I can't imagine, it's such hard work creating video content. I cannot imagine anyone would do it if they didn't love it and are, you know, passionate about it and are into it. So if you're into it, then find out, you know, where do you hang out, and find out from other people in that space. That's as simple as that, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll just add on to that really quick. So I did actually upload a video on this, but in terms of, I'll just summarize it really quick. So, you know, if you're trying to find your audience online, especially, you need to be looking at multiple different mediums. So, you know, don't go for the traditional on, say, YouTube search or on Twitter. Look into Facebook groups, look into LinkedIn, look at LinkedIn groups, look at online communities such as Reddit or Quora. You know, you'll find so many different places that you may not have had any idea that your audience are there, but you might find there are thousands of people who are interested in your content on all of these sorts of different platforms. So obviously just do your research and be thorough with it. So it does take time, obviously, but if you do it right, you'll have much more success.
And also, what a rich source of content ideas from that audience, right? You know, so yeah, brilliant advice, Itamar.
Perfect. And I just like to correct myself on something. It was healing with Qigong, not Qui-Gong. I took a guess and I was wrong. Okay, so that's probably all we have time for. Very quickly, guys, where can everybody find you if they want to follow up? Chase, start with you. Where can people find you online?
Just myname.com.
Well,
not myname.com, chasereiner.com.
Just correct you there, chasereiner.com. Itamar?
Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube, and you can find me at itamarblauer.com.
Perfect. And we've just had our Twitter handle shared there. And Carla?
So there's my Twitter handle, but vidIQ, just type vidIQ in. We're on all of the major social channels. We should be #1 in the search results for that. So yeah, find us that way.
Amazing. Great stuff. Well, guys, listen, thank you very much for your time. Big thank you to you, Chase, for that presentation. There's some really great insights in that. Thank you very much for doing that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I will see you guys later. We're on to the next session, I believe.
Great.
Cheers.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Rob. You on mute?
Hey, Luke. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
You're doing well, man. Doing well. That was a great session.
Oh,
Taking notes.
It's getting late now, so my brain's starting to slow down. But
Oh, yeah.
we're still going. We're still going strong, I think. So
Awesome. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Excellent. So if anyone has been watching us from the very beginning, we are now approaching the end of the 5-hour marathon webinar. If you have been watching us from the beginning, then kudos to you. I am seriously impressed. In this final session, I'm now joined by Rob Balasabas from TubeBuddy, and he's going to be sharing his presentation on how to get your first 1,000 subscribers on YouTube as quickly as possible. So Rob, great to have you here. Where are you from today?
I'm Vancouver, Canada. Vancouver, Canada.
Absolutely awesome. So what time is it over there at the moment?
It is 2:30 in the afternoon, Thursday. So
perfect. Oh, you should be in prime form then. This is like peak time for the day for you.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Got a couple coffees in me already, so let's hope so.
Do you want to give everybody a very quick intro on who you are?
Yeah. Again, thanks to Semrush, to Anton, to the whole crew there at Semrush for inviting us over here. My name is Rob Balasabas. I'm the brand evangelist at TubeBuddy. So we're a YouTube tool partnered with YouTube. And so, that's what I do here. And so I get to connect with all of our users, all of our partners, and, create and come up with cool ideas to get everyone to connect with each other. So that's what I do here at TubeBuddy.
Sounds like an absolutely amazing role, to be completely honest. Quick reminder to everybody watching, these sessions are being recorded, so replays will be available. But if you're joining us live, please let us know in the chat where you're watching us from, because we always like to know where in the world our audience are. And of course, please ask Rob questions. And as soon as he's finished his presentation, we'll try and answer as many as we can. Okay, I know we've only got a short session. This is only a 30-minute session, Rob. So if it's okay with you, I think we should just jump straight into it.
Sounds good. There we are. So I'll take about 10 minutes for the first out of the 30 and just present a few ideas, get a conversation started on how to get to your first 1,000 subscribers as quickly as possible. So if you guys are in the chat, we'd love to know if you guys are above or below 1,000 subscribers, just so get a bit of context on who's with us here today. So and then after that, like Luke said, happy to dive into some Q&A about anything else that you guys want to ask about. So first thing is really, why is 1,000 subscribers such an important milestone on YouTube anyway? So one of the biggest is really, it's one of the things that's 50% of the requirements to get monetization. So you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 public watch hours over the last 12 months to get monetization. So this is why, if you guys search on YouTube, this is probably a very common video that you may find, how to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So that's why, that's one of the biggest reasons that you guys need that. Now, really quickly, I know I already introduced myself, so I'm just going to blast through the next couple slides here. So who am I? So I work at TubeBuddy. I'm the brand evangelist here. I also have my own personal channel where I kind of pretty much just practice what I preach. So I apply all the things that we get to teach at TubeBuddy and apply it to my personal channel, sort of a testing ground, if you may, for a lot of the strategies that we're sharing at TubeBuddy as well. So for me, 18 months. This is the number of months that it took me to get to my first 1,000 subscribers. So if you guys are at 1,000 subscribers, or if you guys got there, would love to know in the chat how long it took you guys. I know that sometimes it takes a couple of weeks, sometimes it takes much longer. But yeah, would love to know in the chat how long it took those of us here that have more than 1,000 subscribers. How long did it take you? So here's a couple screenshots. So I started my channel October 1st, 2018, and I reached my first 1,000 April 27th of this year, 2020. So 18 months-ish. Now, the funny thing is that there is, if you're consistent, which I'm going to talk about this, but if you're consistent and applying learning, there's a bit of a snowball effect. Luke, I don't know if you can sort of agree with that, but there's a bit of a snowball effect in your growth on YouTube. And so the funny thing is that now from 1,000 subscribers to 2,000, so my second 1,000 subscribers, it should only take me about 3 months. If you guys go to my channel, it's maybe like I'm like 15 or 20 subscribers away from 2,000 subscribers on my personal channel. So it's a very interesting thing. A lot of people have told me that that's what would happen, that there's a bit of a snowball effect. You know, your channel starts picking up momentum. So now we're going to jump into the tips here. So the first thing, and all of these guys, all of these tips are things that I have, I would like to tell myself. So these aren't things that I just kind of pull out of the air. These are things that I've learned over sort of my journey over the last couple of years on YouTube with my personal channel. And so the first thing is keyword research. So identifying long tail keyword opportunities that have decent search volume, but are less competitive. So especially for a small channel, you know, I was listening to Chase and I was like, man, I wish I could just not do descriptions and still grow. But, you know, for the most part, I think Carla also alluded to it, that it's really important to use and take advantage of description, your tags, your titles. And so doing keyword research before you create videos is very important. I'm going to show you guys a graph in a little bit of my growth of my channel. But what you guys will see is that in the beginning, I just really created videos that I just felt good about. You know, anybody else do that? You know, felt good about. And so I made videos that I felt good about. You know, I saw some comments on a blog post. I saw people DMing me with questions, and I was like, I'll make a video on that. And so what would happen is I'll film it, edit it, spend a bunch of time, and then I would get to my computer again and start uploading the video. And I would do some keyword research after the video was already done. And I would always end up getting cornered into a really competitive keyword. And so that wouldn't get any views, wouldn't get any traction. And so all that work, making that video kind of resulted in very zero success, very low success. And so now I do keyword research first. So very, very simple things. So LinkedIn content is one of the things that I talk about in my personal channel. So LinkedIn Live, for example, here, I can see that the score is 29 out of 100 for my channel based on search volume, competition, and optimization strength. Now, with a little bit of a tweak, just adding LinkedIn Live tips, now the score is 83 out of 100, right? So really simple things like that helps me to now understand that this is a better opportunity for me to actually go after this particular keyword. And also using a longer tail title like that makes it more discoverable and obviously goes further down the road. Now, the second thing is to be consistent. I get to talk to a lot of content creators, YouTubers, people that are trying to grow YouTube channels, and consistency is one of the biggest thing, one of the hardest thing to keep up. So being consistent is really important on YouTube, not just to sort of satisfy and work the YouTube algorithms, but also for you as a content creator to get into the rhythm of filming, leveling up your skills when it comes to talking to the camera, editing, all those things. All right. So I'm going to share a couple tools as well that I use to make sure that I'm consistent. So here's my personal channel as far as views. So you guys see number 1. So this is kind of when my channel started. You can't even see the number of uploads because there's so little. There's not many uploads. So barely a heartbeat here in this section. Sort of, I would say maybe 9 months or so or several months into my channel, I started uploading. So you'll see, a few uploads here, a couple uploads here, kind of spread out though, kind of few and far in between. But there's some more activity now, some more views and so on. Now, I would say from about 9 months ago, really started taking YouTube seriously, uploading much more frequently, doing live streams as well. I think Chase alluded to that he does a lot of live streams. So doing much more activity on YouTube and being more consistent. So now, things are really picking up. Now, also part of this is editing. So understanding and having a system for editing, getting better at editing. If you do your own editing, you know, maybe perhaps you're fortunate enough to outsource your editing. But if you're doing your own editing, then you get into a groove of editing as well, having a template for your edits, for your videos, and so on, for your introductions, your outros, all those things helps you become more efficient and more consistent. One of the tools that I use is Trello. So you guys look here. This is my Trello board for my YouTube channel. And so I've got a full sort of a list here of different ideas on the left-hand side. I don't know if you can see that. Oh, yeah, you can. And then every Monday, I will kind of look at my ideas and say like, okay, well, which videos do I want to film over the next couple of weeks? And then I move them over to the next column. Once they're filmed, I move them to the next column for editing. And then once they're edited, then I move them over to the next column with the thumbnails and everything all done, ready for upload. And so that just makes things a lot easier for me. Also, having a checklist. So having a checklist is very, very important. I think it might be a little too small on the screen here, but this is my checklist on Trello. You can do this on any sort of project management tool, you know, Asana, Monday, whatever tool you use. And so this is for me, it's kind of broken down. I have all of my descriptions, my target keywords, my hook, introduction, my value propositions, my calls to action, what I want to say in the videos, all done here. I also have 3 very distinct separate checklists within this, and it's broken down by what I do before recording, what I do after recording, and then what I do after publishing. So more of the promotion side. So that's all there. So again, YouTube there's so many little tasks and so many little details with YouTube creating and uploading videos that it's really easy to forget a step. And so this is just a way for me to not have to remember any of it because it's all listed down. So it's always the same for every video. I have, and speaking to what Chase was sharing earlier, with live streams as well. With the live streams, I also have a checklist, especially if there's guests that I'm inviting in. There's also a checklist for how we run our live streams, how we promote our live streams, so that everything is systematic. So speaking of live streams, the third thing that would really help me if I can tell myself 18 months ago what to do with YouTube is to do collaborations. So this is a really easy way to get organic sharing with a targeted audience. You can do interviews with other experts. You can do roundup tips, and you can also do scripted sort of content collaborations. So here is a playlist, for example. So here at TubeBuddy, we have what's called the Creators Corner show. And so it's a weekly show. We invite creators, small, big, you know, different creators from other platforms and experts. And we just invite them to have a conversation, candid conversation on how they're growing their audience, what they're doing on YouTube, how they're using other platforms, and so on. And so, again, just a regular, really easy way to create content. And again, very organic, right? You know, we usually schedule these ahead of time so that there's a YouTube URL that they can share. We send the guests the thumbnails and everything like that, swipe copy, so that they can also share it on their social if they like. We've also done roundup sort of collaborations. So this is, you know, we did a recent one on TikTok and got some people that are using TikTok really well. Another collaboration on how to get your first 1,000 subscribers really fast from a lot of more established creators. And so we do roundup collaborations like this as well. And then the fourth thing is watch time and session time. So paying attention to watch time and session time on YouTube is something that we are doing more and more. Probably actually more than we actually pay attention to subscribers at this point. And so the best ways to do that is using end cards and cards, which I never used up until probably 3 months ago on my personal channel. And this is just a way to get more people to watch more of your videos. And then also, it just helps, YouTube to suggest your videos and keep you top of mind. So one of the things here, audience retention, right? So this is watch time. So when it comes to watch time, what watch time is, for those that aren't familiar, is that it's the amount of time that people watch for your individual videos. Session time is the amount of time they spent on YouTube altogether in that particular sitting. And so one of the things that you can do if you are paying attention to your videos is look at the audience retention time. If you just go to your analytics and then go into overview, you'll see it. And so if you see that, for example, your video, this video, it's a 7-minute video and the average watch time was about 34%, 33%, so 2.5 minutes. Then what we would do is we would put cards right before the 2.5-minute mark, so 2 minutes probably around there, to then suggest another video on our channel that they may be interested in, so that instead of leaving our channel completely, they may go to, we'll try to send them over to another one of our videos. Also end cards you can put at the end. And again, this just helps with session time. So if they watch your entire video, they get to the end, send them to another video that's related to what they're watching. So this video was about LinkedIn. Then we sent them to another video about LinkedIn mistakes, for example. And so there we go. Awesome. There you go, Luke. So really quick and dirty, few tips, and then yeah, happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
That was brilliant. That was really awesome. I really enjoyed that presentation, and it was straight to the point. It was funny because I don't know why, but when I first started on YouTube, I had this big thing in my mind that I really wanted 1,000 subscribers. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why it was such an important milestone. Back then, you didn't need to have minimum requirements for monetization. You could get monetized at 100 subscribers. So I don't know where I got it from, but it took me about 18 months as well, interestingly. So
it's a magic number.
That seems to be, yeah, it must be a magic number for some people, definitely. It's interesting that you talked about things like the snowball effect as well. I think a lot of creators can take kind of like a lot of not inspiration, but they can take like a lot from that, because I think when you first start out and it's a bit of a grind and you're creating a lot of content, but things are moving slowly, it's nice to know that in the future you will have this kind of snowball effect with your channel. I think you say it took me about 18 months to get my first 1,000 subscribers, but then the following year I had 6,000 or 7,000. So it really does change. And in fact, it was interesting yesterday. I had a memory pop up on Facebook saying that I'd shared this thing saying, "Oh, my channel's hit 1 million views," which was a great number for my personal channel. And yeah, it's now on nearly 6 million views, and that's within a year. So you know, things really can change. They can really can snowball. Yeah, so I've got a few questions popping up from the chat. Sure. So I'll just share some of these with you if that is okay. Everybody is very impressed with your level of organization. I think that Trello board has blown a few minds, myself included, actually, within that. I'm not afraid to admit. Somebody called Love to Latitude has asked, do you have checklists available for purchase or free?
Yeah, it's actually free. I mean, I'm happy to share it with you guys, and you guys can share it, or I can put in the link, whatever's best. But yeah, I just have it free, available for just download it. You know, it's an opt-in that I've created. So it's a lead magnet I've created, but it's essentially everything that's in my Trello board. I've just put it into a PDF. So I can share it with you, Luke, or Anton afterwards, and share it that way.
Perfect. Yeah, if you can share it, that'd be wonderful. I'm sure that'll make people very happy. Okay, we've got another question from a lady called Suket. They have some videos. They've generated some great views and comments, but their subscribers are not growing. Do you have any hints or tips?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so there's a lot of, I mean, I see those kind of channels, every now and then, lots of views. You may want to actually just ask, right? You might just want to pay attention to see if you are actually asking for people to subscribe. I'm at this point, again, just to repeat kind of what I said earlier, is that we're really less and less concerned about getting subscribers. We are more concerned about building a community. And so we don't tend to ask. We'll ask once in a while at the end of our videos. But for every video, though, we do have a little bit of an animation that does pop up in the introduction, even of like, the little subscribe click thing with a cursor and the notification bell. So we do put that in there. So just make sure that you are asking as well. Don't be afraid, especially when your channel is a little bit smaller, mine included. Just be really upfront. Like, hey, we'd love to, if you're new to the channel, we'd love for you to subscribe if this is the kind of content that you are interested in. And also mention what your channel is about. So why would they want to subscribe, right? So, hey, if you're interested in learning more about live streaming or creating better content quicker and faster, then we'd love for you to subscribe, because that's the kind of videos I share on my channel. So give them the value proposition, and that while you're asking for for them to subscribe. Don't just say subscribe because you like me.
I think there's a couple of things there. I think the first thing is a lot of people put a lot of emphasis onto the number of subscribers they have as that kind of the benchmark of success for their channel. Yet there's channels that are extremely successful that maybe don't have as many subscribers as you might think. The other thing would be to consider what your value proposition is of your channel. So is there a reason for people to subscribe? Are they just watching one of your videos and they think the video is good, but then there's nothing really else that's going to interest them in terms of getting them to subscribe to your channel? So you can maybe it's not a very simple question to answer. It's a bit of a loaded question. I think you probably need to have a bit of a closer look at their channel to give them some real world advice. Just out of curiosity, you mentioned that you started doing live streams. Obviously, you talked about your whole process, which was a very organized process with your planning going all the way through to your editing. Have you started doing more live streams because you kind of don't have to have that whole editing side?
Yeah. So on a weekly basis, I do a couple live streams at least. So I do a live stream for the TubeBuddy channel. It's called the Creators Corner. And then also my own personal channel, I do a live stream every Friday at 7 a.m. Pacific here on the West Coast in Canada. And I just do that every single week. And that's strictly community building, which is, I think, really important, no matter how big or small your channel is. And so I do that. You guys can actually see all the replays. I leave the replays as a public video. Strictly because I want people to know when they come to my channel that is something you can expect, that every Friday I'm going to make myself available for an hour and a half to answer your questions. And so just coming from an online course background, so previous to TubeBuddy, I was working at Thinkific, online course platform for a number of years. And so I kind of understand and hopefully understand how people learn, and you share content, right? That's what the on-demand content is. Hopefully they go and apply it, and then I give them an opportunity to come back to then ask questions, and that's sort of the circular way of how people learn, right? So they get content, they apply it, then they'll have questions for the instructor. And so that's what those Friday sessions are. And it's just a really cool way to engage with the community, build community, for them to engage with each other. And then also for me to understand the pain points and the questions that they have, which really helps me fill up my Trello board with different ideas of videos. I have no shortage of video ideas because I feel like I'm fairly tapped into to the audience and the subscribers. Same thing with our YouTube channel, with the TubeBuddy YouTube channel. Every Wednesday, religiously every Wednesday, we have one of our partners, YouTube experts, take over the channel and just do a workshop, and they just have full access to it. And then again, there's a lot of regulars, but there's also a lot of new eyeballs coming to our channel that way. And they're just getting massive value, without us asking anything. It's not a promotion. There's no upsell or anything like that. It's just strictly trying to just help them and educate them on YouTube.
Perfect. Love that. I noticed that one of the things you said, which I completely agree with, by the way, was that collaborations can be a fantastic way of building up your channel, especially if you're trying to build it quickly. Just out of curiosity, how do you decide who you're going to collaborate with, or are you quite fortunate in the fact that you work with TubeBuddy, they provide some opportunities for you, or do you specifically go out and look for creators to work with?
Yeah, a mixture of both, Luke. Really good question. So, recently we talked about, we decided to bring on, we did a TikTok panel because there's a lot of questions around TikTok in the media and things happening on TikTok. But we're very aware that, a lot of YouTubers are using TikTok. And so we thought that was an interesting topic to talk about. So so those ones we reached out and we're like, okay, who is, doing things on TikTok that is also using it for business, and YouTube as well. So that's specific. There's a lot of times where we just want to highlight, we heard about a really cool creator. And so we just wanted to highlight them and give them, even if they only had like 500 subscribers, but they had a really good story, we just wanted to highlight them. So we're not, again, it's not, we have no shortage of awareness and things like that in the market. So this is strictly just a way for the community to then hear someone's story and be like almost inspired by it. Say like, hey, that's me. I also, I'm trying to do YouTube on the side, and this person was doing it. Now they're doing it full time, that sort of thing. So we're just trying to, build community that way.
Awesome. Love that.
Yeah.
So another question from Umesh. He's asking again about the checklist. He's saying, is there a checklist built into TubeBuddy?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, there is a checklist. So there's a checklist with a number of things. There's a checklist inside what's called our SEO studio. So we take the best practices that YouTube has put out there, and we made it into a checklist. So then you can actually configure your title, your description, and your tags to all abide by that checklist. And so that's one. You can also create your own checklist within TubeBuddy. So the one that I have, you can take that and put that into TubeBuddy as well, so that as you're uploading and promoting your videos, then you can, make it a checklist as well. And so yeah, it's all in there.
Perfect. But yours is a checklist that everybody wants, right? So okay, we've got a question from Stand Up Beauty. They have asked, my channel is about makeup reviews, but I'm also passionate about photography and filming. Do you recommend to have two separate channels, or build one stronger channel with more diversity of topics?
Good question. I would say that it's actually probably a question of your audience. So would it be the same audience that would be interested in your makeup and your photography content? If it is, make it one channel, right? If it's not, then make it separate channels. Now, this is a question of whether or not you want to grow your channel as a business, or like you want to grow it really fast. If you want to grow it really fast, then you probably you'd want to separate it out, because YouTube wants they need to understand what your channel is about. So if they get confused, they're like, oh, there's some people here for the makeup, but then they're not watching the photography content. So like, what is this channel about? Because then they don't know who to send and share your channels with. New audiences, they don't know who to share it with. So that would be my answer to it, is just think about the audience. Is it the same audience? Like if you are going after people that are interested in makeup but also interested in photography, it could be the same audience. But
I think that's a really good way of thinking about it from your audience perspective. Generally speaking, I would say, particularly if you're starting out, to really try and stick within a single niche, because you are going to create a bit of confusion in terms of the kind of content that you're creating. The only caveat to that would be exactly what Rob just said. So if your photography was about fashion photography or kind of beauty photography, so there's a bit of crossover, so you've maybe got appeal to the same audience, then maybe you could get away with doing it as a single channel. But more often than not, I would probably say they need to be separate, because they sound like quite different things.
Yeah.
Okay, next one we have a question from Kyle. How do you drive traffic from older videos? I'm assuming that meant to be. How do you drive traffic from older videos that don't have space to add end cards to newer videos?
That don't have space gotcha. Yeah, that's gonna be a little tough. You could put end cards depending on the last 20 seconds of your older videos. You can still put an end card there. If it'll just block, obviously, like a section of that 20 seconds of the frame. But if there's a good place, you can put it there for sure. So yeah, you can do that with older videos. You can also turn an older video into a playlist. So if you want to take all your older videos, if they're not in a playlist already, you put in a playlist with other related videos on your channel. And then when you're sharing your videos on social or anywhere else, if you're doing that, then share that older video, the link within the playlist, so that when people watch, they'll see the other videos that are related. And also YouTube will automatically send them to the next video on the playlist. That will help with session time.
Yeah, they're really good tips. I think the only thing I'd add to that as well is when you're saying you haven't got enough space to add an end screen, I have that with some of my older videos, and instead of using the normal end screen, it maybe has like 2 videos and a subscribe, I'd only have maybe one kind of call to action. So maybe have just a single video. So I'm probably going to be blocking something, but at least there is a link to the other video. And again, as well, think about maybe using cards as well, or even adding things into your description or pinned comment. There might be a few other different ways in which you can sneak something in there, I think.
That's right.
Okay, let's have a look and see if there's any more questions. I'm aware that it's almost exactly 11 o'clock. I was going to see if I could try and squeeze one more question in. I don't think I can. Well, we're definitely approaching the 5-hour mark now, so I think it's potentially a good time to wrap things up, if that's okay with you, Rob.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just going to do kind of like one final reminder that, again, all these sessions have been recorded. They're all going to be available online, and I think you'll agree, Rob, there's been some absolute gold in some of these sessions today, so it's definitely worth going back and rewatching some of these. If you've joined us live today, then thank you so much. I've seen some names that have definitely been hanging around for a while, so again, kudos to you for being with us for so long. It's been great to speak to everyone actually involved in the webinar, and thank you to everyone that's contributed and asked questions in the chat as well. It's really made things interesting for everybody. On a final note, I just want to end with a big thank you to Semrush for arranging this and for hosting everything and bringing together the best speakers and panelists, providing you with the best content and the latest information. I got a little bit of insight into how much work goes in behind the scenes to actually organize all of this. So a lot goes into it. So a big thank you to Semrush, and hopefully we'll see all of you in the next webinars. So I think that is now the end of our 5-hour session. Just before I go, Rob, quickly, where can everybody find you online?
Anywhere at TubeBuddy for all the TubeBuddy channels, and then just copy and paste my name. I got a really long last name, so you can find me on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Instagram is usually where I'm hanging out. So feel free to connect with me and DM me any questions. Happy to help.
Amazing, great stuff. And on that note, I think it's goodbye. So thank you, everyone. Goodbye.